LCK playoffs. Play-ins. KT versus Bro. Dude, I want to see that game so bad. Why am I live? I want to see that game instead. KT versus Bro? That's a banger. I'm a Bro leaver. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a Bro leaver. Whenever Bro plays, I have to be there. I don't know, sometimes they play like the best team in the league. Just randomly. Just fucking randomly. They'll just decide to pop off. And it's like the funniest thing ever. Because most of the time they're just complete ass. Complete ass. Who's on that team again? Who's on that team again? Isn't it Gideon? And their jungler is super funny. I can't remember who's the jungler for Bro. I have to look at this right now or else it's gonna bug me. The jungler for Bro is Gideon. Alright. I thought that Gideon was a top laner for a second. Right, they have Teddy, right. They have Teddy, Namgung, and Roamer. Dude, I love that team because Namgung like plays like the craziest supports. Like he plays like Elise and shit. He was like the Elise guy. And I love Elise support. I think it's so cool. Teddy has been around forever. Teddy is one of my like favorite underrated kind of like old school League players that still play. Alongside Peanut who no longer is playing. And Roamer is super underrated, I think. As a mid laner. What's up? It is what it is. Yeah, Roamer is super underrated. I think he's pretty good. It's like one of my favorite mids to watch. So the team has all of these distinct parts that are pretty good, but they just sometimes play super good and then sometimes complete ass. It's a complete coin flip with Bro. I don't know. They're good though. I think they're held back by their top side. I'm not gonna lie. Also, Teddy is kind of coin flip whether he plays good or not. Teddy on Ezreal is like a totally different player than Teddy on like fucking hyper carries. Like Teddy on Ezreal. Who else is he good at? I think he's a decent Lucian now. What game is this? I'm talking about League. That's the one game that I care about. It's not that I play it. It's just that I watch professional League like since I was a teenager, and so it's just like one of these things that it's like the one kind of like hobby I have that isn't programming or music is watching Pro League. I watch it kind of like religiously. It's like my one thing. And Worlds is coming up, and every time Worlds comes up, it pains me because there were like multiple times in my life where I could have gotten tickets to Worlds because I was living in New York when the 2022 Worlds was going on, and I didn't get a ticket. I was looking at tickets, but I didn't get it because I was like busy with schoolwork or whatever. But it was like 2022 DRX run through Worlds, which looking back on it was like the craziest and probably the best Worlds ever, in my opinion, was the 2022 DRX run. DRX was the worst team coming into Worlds, and they beat everyone else near flawlessly out of nowhere. And it was like one of the craziest Worlds runs. It was the craziest Worlds run. I mean, it's still, they have a whole documentary about it. But yeah, I regret not going that year because it was like $30-$40 to get a ticket to quarterfinals, I think. And I was like, no, I got this essay to write. Big regrets because I think it was EDG versus DRX, and everybody thought that it was going to be a stomp, and I hadn't been like paying that close attention to the games, and so I was like, oh, EDG is just going to win, it's whatever. and then DRX won 3-2, and then they took the whole thing, which was crazy. Wish I'd been there to see Deft finally win his Worlds. Anyway, I love watching Worlds, so I'm looking forward to it, and my sister has promised to watch Worlds with me this year, so that's cool that I have somebody to watch it with, because usually I just watch it alone. How's my day? My day's good. I ran out of one of my medications, and I couldn't get a refill until today, and so I'm waiting till tonight to take it, but I feel kind of off because of it. I've been 2 days without taking it, and so I just have like high anxiety right now. It's like kind of like I just woke up with like the kind of like the jitteriness that you get when you've been off of your meds for like a couple of days. Maybe somebody knows that jitteriness. It's kind of like akathisia, but it's like less intense. You like kind of get it in like your neck and in your head sort of thing. But yeah, I think it's fine. Thank you, Mika. Yeah. I think I'm going to be fine though. I think, just tonight I'm going to take it and it'll probably be fine. But yeah, it sucks. It's because I got the text that my refill was ready at CVS, but then I forgot to get it, the refill, and so I just waited for too long, and then now I'm gonna get it today. So that was unfortunate, but it's fine, and it's one of my like less important medications too. But apparently, I looked it up, and there are withdrawal side effects. So that's probably what I'm experiencing today. Just thinking about it. Anyway, to recap what we did yesterday, we were trying to get us to walk upstairs with our leg IKs and all of that stuff, and it's proving to be just as complicated as I thought it would be, which, to be fair, I kind of thought it would be. I'm going to fork this. To be fair, I did kind of thought that it was going to be hard. I didn't really think it was going to be easy, necessarily. But, yeah. It's going to be hard. But yeah, my goal now is, I think I'm going to approach it a bit differently. I'm going to keep the player position completely separate from the leg position, and the player position is just going to have a normal step up logic like I had in my older engines. It sucks to implement that because so much of our logic right now in terms of collision, in terms of movement, is unconditional. You know what I mean? It doesn't like require any special logic for snapping to the ground. I don't like having logic like that. I like every frame resolving against the ground to get like the exact, I don't like snapping to the ground anymore. That was something that I did in my old engine that I didn't like doing because it makes movement feel unnatural. Raycast from legs and like auto rays. That's what we do. That's what we do here. We raycast from basically where our proposed leg position is, and then we just go up step height, and then we look down, right? And then if we can't find something there, then we go a little bit closer every time. So that's what we did before. The problem is that doesn't actually guarantee that we won't have collisions at that position. Does that make sense? Right? So if we move our player collision position to where our leg is, but our leg is inside of a wall slightly, right? We're going to get stuck because our player position is going to move there. Our player position is different from our leg position, right? Our legs have their own leg IK that steps forward, right? Our player position is where we determine the collision for the whole system, right? The center of our sphere, right? So determining our player position based on our legs is kind of impossible to do because our legs need to be like purely a visual sort of physical thing, right? our legs can't determine where our collision is, because that would be extremely complicated to do. We would basically have to have, a mesh for the whole body that we're GJKing against, that's moving and it has all these moving parts. So what we need to do instead is just have them completely separate. The player position is completely separate from where the legs are, and the legs just have a mind of their own, and the player collision position is going to find the steps as well separately, and then just linearly interpolate up the steps as we walk up the steps, while our legs are kind of the bouncing spring thing that changes our view position and our physics, so that's I think that separating those two, because what we were doing was literally setting player position equals leg position, based on where the leg currently is, the moving leg, which makes sort of sense, right? That we want to have our collision at where our leg is going, but we have nothing to validate. Basically, our leg can just go through walls, you know what I mean? Because we don't check here for collision. Now, we could do a sweep check here for collision, but it would be extremely complicated, because at the end of the day, we're still going to need this sweep collision test here, that's the continuous collision that happens based on player velocity. And so I think that we're just going to separate the two things and have the player collision stuff happen separately from the leg stuff, but they still go based on the same kind of information, right? Is that we're going to have step up logic here. We're obviously going to have step up logic for the legs, but we're just going to have these two systems separate, just so that we don't get stuck in walls anymore. I think that's, I kind of sat down today and I was like, how am I going to solve this? What's the solution? And so I'm just going to go back to how I did it in my old engines, which is step up, raycast down, but we're going to do it for both the legs and the physics component because otherwise I don't think there's a way to do it. What's up, Chiefs? I'm doing all right. My sister has computer science today, so I might have to leave early to help her with her work and stuff. That's my one job in this world, is helping my sister with computer science. And it's a job that I'm very proud of. Okay. So I was going to get rid of all the stuff in this file that makes it impossible to scroll up. This file, this is hilarious. I'm keeping it. Okay, we're going to keep it. I don't know what this was. GLR buffer storage. If GLU isn't supported, then printf shit. I think that was when I was trying the engine out on different computers. At some point, GLR buffer storage was important. I think it was when I was trying it out on my old computer. This can't run on my old computer, definitely not. My old computer stops at, I don't know what it stops at. I think it stops at 430. All of our unabstracted stuff that we now have abstracted away. My comments are funny, man. This is why I don't make my code public, because I like to keep the funny comments. We're leaving this here because I don't want to deal with the abstraction. It probably doesn't fucking matter anyway. Funny comments. In my old engine, I have some generational comments that are just like literally rants. Yeah, there were just like some like paragraphs there that the foot animation stuff we don't really care about anymore because we're doing it procedurally now. And the test mat, let's just get rid of it. Yeah, I get rid of it. This was the... We'll keep this for now because this is kind of important to keep in mind. We can get rid of these. I want to add... The reason I was doing this was because I wanted to add another light just so that we can see inside of the building, because right now we can't see inside of the building very much. Just so that we can see what's going on in there, because it's super dark. Okay, so this is what I modeled yesterday, was this apartment building, which looks like this. If you want to see what it looks like completely, right, we've got these stairs and they look kind of weird. I spent a lot of time making the stairs look weird because I thought that this shot was kind of cool. I don't know if I like this. I was trying to get this to really work, but I think like this was such a cool idea for this staircase because I like how kind of like non-Euclidean it looks in a way. Anyway, stairs. We're already stuck. So it does somewhat work, but as you can see, we do get stuck. So it somewhat works, but we do get stuck. I think that staircase is like a bit too small. This one's a bit bigger, and so the bigger it is, the better it is. But yeah, we still get stuck because we end up going into walls, and then our collision is like, oh, you're in a wall, by the way. So because we validate this position, even though our player radius can't go into that position. So that's why they need to be two separate systems. But yeah, that is what we got to work on. And I got to work on texturing this. I think with textures it's going to look cool. I don't know how to texture it, but I think the walls are going to be brick. That's how it was in my old apartment building, was everything was brick. It was like a brownstone in New York, in Queens. Well, not technically a brownstone because brownstones aren't really in Queens, but it was a brick building. And it had like black rubber on the stairs. It was like one of those apartment buildings, and it had wood on the floors. So I think I'm going to copy that basically. Also, the shadow maps have these disgusting Peter Panning that's happening that I have to work on. Yeah, so actually that might be an easy win for now. Let's just play around with that for a bit. Let's just play around with that for a bit because that might be an easy win. I did say that I was going to get rid of GL Coal Face, GL Front, and then see how it looks with biasing. So this gets rid of the Peter Panning. But as you can see, there's some minor acne here. There's some acne. It's hard to see. What happened to that room bar seam? Yeah, it's saved. I think I'm just gonna redo it later, or at least the textures on it. I don't really like the textures. It's gonna be used at some point, but I might have a different go at it. Like obviously this scene, I don't know if I'm gonna use this scene. It's just important for me to keep modeling, because if I don't, then I'm not going to, you know, continue improving in modeling, so that I, you know. Without a bias, it seems okay. The acne kind of goes away. I'm sure that there was a reason for me to have the cold face, though, at some point. But, like, there's some acne here, for example. But I think it's better without the front face culling. Anyway, the indirect looks kind of crazy in here. Like, with the indirect, it looks really, starts looking pretty nice. I like it with, like, an orange light. It's quite nice. It is quite bright, though. I think it's actually my lookup table that makes everything kind of bright. But yeah. And then you turn the bloom on. Pretty. It is bright, though. It is very bright. Okay, so to the stairs we go. Okay. So I think if we're going to move forward here, then what we should do is I asked Jarvis about this earlier. What did Jarvis say? Yeah, I don't like this solution. That's what I didn't like. When I asked specifically about this, I asked specifically about the idea of having this while loop that changes our velocity based on how deep the next step is. It basically said, hey, just get rid of this and then just do this, which, if I can show what that's going to do, is not anything good, because then we're just not going to detect any fucking steps, because it is dependent on, you see this? Like, it's just, we just stutter step. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be doing this. So this idea definitely makes sense, but instead of scaling the velocity, what we can do is scale D, probably. Does vec3 scale? It just multiplies, it times it, yeah. Okay, so let's just try scaling D instead of scaling the velocity. But this is going to make us just step really fast. That just makes us step really fast, because now our duration is cut in half. I think I'm going to keep the velocity scaling, and then we'll just work on the other thing, and then we'll look back at this and then see if it works. Let me just see if we change that, if we now have collisions with walls. Yeah, we do have collisions with walls again. Okay. So that's what I wanted to check. Okay, so moving to what I was talking about implementing earlier. So we have this on ground logic. If we come into contact with a surface where the normal is above this certain amount. So let's just make it defined here. Okay, so a normal of 0.5f or above. We'll do it. Okay. So we player find collision. So we're going to go through all the contacts. We find if we have a contact that isn't a walkable surface. And then if we do, that means that we have to check for a step. So if something doesn't trigger this, then all walkable is false. This logic preps the mesh nodes for the resolution, but we need to have two separate loops then. Okay, so we need two separate loops then. And we don't do anything here. Yeah. If not all walkable, then we need to find collision again at somewhere else. Should really have this in a function, all of this. See what this on ground thing does? Not on ground. This can go down here, it doesn't really matter. We want all of this in a function, I think. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. I think I'm just gonna have a second set of collision points that then get run for this. I think that that's the only solution, because you want to keep the original ones. Right. You want to keep the original ones to resolve against, because you don't... maybe you just want to... Yeah, you want another set, but you want to... If we don't find that we can step up here, then you want to go based on the old collision points. So, I think that they still need to be separate, though. Okay. So we want to do proposed.z (0.3f). So then we'll find collisions at step height. And then we want to see if they're all walkable. And so we just go through it again. Now I could just write this as a function, but for now it's fine. Also, this is supposed to be PT. Huh, okay, well that was a bug for sure. Didn't notice that before now. This all has to change to P2 though, and contact 2. If PT normal.z is less than or equal to the min walkable surface, then all walkable equals false. I guess if all walkable, then we can step up. Let's just see what this gives us. We are getting step ups every about 4 frames. So it is somewhat working. The one thing that I'm worried about is if not all walkable is purely dependent on our velocity's position. I'm not sure. on our velocity, because basically if we go upward to the second step and then we check for the collision, what if we're really far into that step and near the wall, and now this all walkable doesn't come true, even though we need to be just shifted inward a little bit. We could track the height. We could check for collisions again in this case. The problem is the second that we move our camera position here, these collision points are invalidated. So I don't know. This is difficult. You know what? You know what I might try to do instead? What if I just automatically do the step up in the first place? I mean, that's what I had in my old engine. So I had a step up in the first place. Why am I not using Linux? I used to use Linux on this computer, but it's a Microsoft computer. It's one of the Surface books. So the drivers for the NVIDIA card just aren't good on Linux. Not good enough for the thermal problems on this computer. So I'm actually locked to Windows for graphics development on this computer. So that's the reason why. But I worked on Linux on this computer for a long time before I got tired of it. So that's the reason. Trust me, if I had a new computer that could use the newer drivers that, you know, Arch and stuff have all the time, then yeah, I would do that. But I need specifically 541.32 or whatever the driver is, and they don't have those on Linux. You can't get the exact notebook drivers that are required. They just don't have them. So that's why. It's kind of shitty because it's kind of NVIDIA's fault. But yeah. What if we just raycast down? What was my previous distro? I used a bunch. I've been on Debian, Endeavor OS. I had Mint. I think one more, but I can't remember it. I like Endeavor because it's less painful to set up than Arch, and it was pretty much just Arch, so that was fine. Well, it's path traced offline for the indirect. I can't ray trace on this computer because it's old, like in real time, but the real time lighting is just PBR and GGX and BRDF. But yeah, the path tracing happens offline. Yeah, I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have the step up logic be this. This is how I did it in my old engine. And then do the raycast here. And then just snap to ground for this. Let's try it. To do the raycast, I need this boilerplate, which is kind of nasty. Okay, so that's the raycast downwards. Yeah, I look like a crack C-Dev. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was thinking of making a frequently asked questions because this guy yesterday was asking me, he asked me why don't I use C++, but he did it in such a way where he asked it by also judging me in the same sentence, and I got really mad. And so I was like, okay, I should have a frequently asked question so that I don't have to get mad anymore. Because then he was all like, I was just asking a question. Your question wasn't rude, by the way. It was a very, very politely asked question. I usually get the, why don't you use C++? Do you think that you're better than us or something? Or, why not compile C++ and just write C, dummy? Or like whatever, that's what I usually get, Okay, so if we hit something, then we want to check at that position. It looks too simple. I have a feeling that it might be too simple. Okay, so far so good. Holy fucking shit. We're going up the stairs. We did get stuck though. We're stuck. Okay though. We are moving. Okay, I mean the steps are a bit intense. I'm not gonna lie. That was a bit simpler than what I was going to do. I wonder why we get stuck. We're stuck here. I'm gonna have to print out to see. We also have lost the ability to jump. Do we go through walls? We do. We do go through walls. Okay. Pretty sweet, thank you. Yeah, I like having the ability to just have 100% control over the memory allocation, like implementing my own vectors and you know, managing arenas when necessary and having things on the stack when necessary. In C++ and with other object-oriented programming languages, you're encouraged to use the standard library, which manages things by itself, you know? And I don't really trust it. They say that like C++ is as fast as C nowadays with, you know, the fancy new compilers and stuff. And it probably is if you're really good at the standard library, but I doubt that most people are. That's at least my take on it. Okay, so we're going through walls. We are going through walls. Oh, hold on a second. Let's just use a separate propose. And then only do this one so that our propose stays the same if we don't find walkable ground. Yeah. Okay. We still go into the wall. Yeah, we still go into the wall. We're kind of stopping at the wall though. And I've got to guess that without this, we stop at the wall. Assembly of Fortran. Yeah. Really, just changing the proposed at C is enough to... I want to see what the hit pause Z is. I want to see what it's like before and after. Wow. It's two very different things. Two very different things, actually. Really? Why is our proposed so high? Why is our proposed so high? Hmm. $1.365. I wonder if this hit position is in world space or not. Let's go see. How about that? Let's go see. Hit pause uses... Yeah, it's in world space. Origin and dir are the same, yeah. Those are not transformed. So it's in world space. So my player position is actually higher than the floor. So this probably means that this hit pause.z, we have to add 0.4f to it. Or yeah, something like that. Okay, that worked. Rather early today, I did, because I got a good amount of sleep last night, which was it was a successful night of sleeping for me. It was successful because I was going to go to bed, and then I was like, oh yeah, let's go to bed early today. And I didn't stay up working on anything. And it was successful. I'm rather unsuccessful at sleeping usually. And so it was very, very exciting to get it right. Okay. So we still get stuck. But the good thing... Okay. So we still do get stuck. I wonder if it's definitely our legs. It's definitely our legs. If we let our legs not affect our velocity, then I'm going to guess that we're fine. Any advice for learning OpenGL? I think learn OpenGL is pretty awesome. No, I still get stuck. Oh no. I think Learn OpenGL is pretty awesome, yeah. They've got like a lot of advanced tutorials on there even. Like people think that Learn OpenGL is like, you know, just for like the basics or whatever, but they have like, you know, shadow mapping and all that, you know, cascaded shadow mapping and all that stuff. So I think that that's pretty good. I think that just make something worth making, and then the rest will be pretty simple. Make something worth making. Okay, I see why we can't go downstairs. We can't go downstairs because of the lip. Because of the lip. Our proposed is so high. Huh. Do I have insomnia / sleeping problem? I do. They say that it's tied to me being bipolar. I think that just bipolar people just have kind of natural insomnia. I think that our just clocks are kind of fucked up. But yeah, I've struggled with sleeping my entire life, and I kind of had like a sleep schedule where I just sleep less than the natural person, and so my clocks are just fucked up. Like I'll just like be up for like 16, 18 hours, like 18 hours, and then sleep for like 8 hours, and then 16, 18 hours again, and then it's like it just keeps on getting shifted forward until I'm like literally nocturnal, and then I have to reset my clocks again. So it's like I never can sleep at like a proper time. That's kind of the problem. My internal clock is just fucked, I guess. I take medication for sleeping too, but doesn't really help. Nothing has really helped. I take Benadryl sometimes to sleep, but yeah. That only works like sometimes. So we are still getting stuck. It's so strange that our Z is high. Our proposed is high. Let's see what our I'm gonna guess that it has to do with our camera velocity. So I'm just gonna print everything out. I'm guessing that we push out of the surface so much every frame that no, our cam pause is just high. Our cam pause is just high. And what is that? That's about one more? Huh. Interesting. We're way higher than I thought that we were. Yeah, I'm also realizing that we can't walk over steps because now we're too low to the ground. So maybe we shouldn't validate it at plus 0.4f. Maybe we should only validate it if there's a step change upwards or downwards. So to validate that, we would say proposed.z minus hitpos.z, and then just add the difference and see what that gives us. Okay, so far so good. Okay, now we aren't stepping up enough. We are not stepping up enough. See what the numbers are? Maybe you still need to add 0.4f or something. Wait, it's the opposite way around. It's the opposite way around. It's the opposite way around. So here we just don't find a hit. We just don't find a hit at all. Proposed X goes down that much. Okay. So that's obviously not correct. No, yeah, this it can't be this way. Maybe it's the absolute difference between them. I might have to look at my old engine to see what I did, because I'm basically doing what I already did. This is like basically what I did in the old engine, yeah. Should technically be that, but yeah, not gonna work. Yeah, this is exactly what we had before this signing. It's just simply not enough to get us over it. I'm wondering how our player pause is determined. Our player pause is so high compared to what I thought it was. What does it start at? Starts at 0, 0, 0. I guess that we get pushed out that much from the surfaces. 1.215. Let me see what the hit position is actually. Hit position is 0.967. Hit position is 1.21. I wonder if maybe our step height just isn't enough for our velocity. Our step height might be not enough for our velocity. We might have to literally just slow our velocity when we're going upstairs. Like if I change step height to like 0.6 and double it, we'll probably just walk up fine, I'm guessing. No, we aren't. Am I still changing the velocity here? I'm not. I'm not, right? I don't think that I am. But our velocity is stopping nonetheless. Yeah, let's try to slow the velocity a lot. That's what I'm gonna try next. Is just to really just really go really slow. Like really slow. Like we're gonna be crawling now. Yeah. No. You're so excited? Yeah. That's awesome. I hope that the pain that I'm experiencing right now doesn't discourage any notion of it being fun. It's fun. It's fun, alright. Maybe we just raise us high above the ground so that we don't get caught on the edges of the steps. Maybe we just have to have some fucking epsilon. That we... Maybe we just need to have some fucking stupid epsilon. Okay, well... Okay, well, this was, I guess, a stupid idea. But we're going up the steps now. Yeah, we're getting caught on the edges. Hmm. I'm guessing that we're still colliding with it, even though we're artificially raising up. It's not plus, right? No, because then that's subtracting now. Yeah. No, yeah. Now we're just stuck in the ground, yeah. Or actually, I can't deal with the logic of it. No, yeah, I think that this isn't the way to go with it. No, yeah, this isn't working. Yeah, this is exactly what it was before. Pain. Yeah, now we're just permanently in the ground. We're just permanently in the ground. Oh, you know what I just realized? I just kind of realized something. Yeah, this obviously isn't going to work. We aren't actually changing our camera position. and then just change this shit. Yeah. This is definitely it. Oh shit. Okay. I see you. The legs don't know what to do. And we still can't go down those stairs. But we can go up these stairs. We're doing it. We are doing it. Okay. So we changed the actual player position based on the hit pause. We can also add the 0.4f back and then see, because that should be, it should be that. We got stuck. Where did we get stuck? Velocity. Velocity goes to 0. Right about here. I'm guessing that it's the step height then. No. It's this one step. And it's only when I have this added factor to it. But that added factor is what is supposed to be a thing. Huh. Then we fall through the floor there. Now yeah, it has to be plus 0.4 F. Maybe it has to be a little bit higher than that to... I don't know. Let's see if we leave the ground. So we may leave the ground, I guess, because we're artificially inflating the... No, we're still on the ground. I guess that there's just some other... thing that we're colliding against. Yeah, this is the problem with just validating player position like this, is actually that there's no guarantee that at this position there's not a collision. So cam pause has to be a consistent thing. Or we could just drop player radius for these steps. We just drop player radius for these specific steps and then see if that works. Let's also get rid of this specific logic here for it. Hold on. Maybe that was it. Maybe there's some weird logic in the actual collision checking stuff. Like that weird centered thing. Come on. Okay, let's drop player radius for these then. My internet died. Let's see if I'm still live. I still am apparently live. Okay, that's good. Hold on a second. If we can't directly validate the position into campos, but we can put proposed edit, we can do that, then why don't we just, oh, because of the velocity. Oh, the velocity. Maybe this is a stupid idea, but what if I just change the velocity? I mean, this sounds like such a stupid idea, but what if I just do, I mean, like, how stupid is that? That surely can't work. Oh, we'd have to do this. Surely this can't work. Oh. Okay, yeah. That's apparently a lot of velocity. A lot of velocity. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. I want to see if the only time we hit a wall is when we hit that step, or if we're hitting walls all the way up. Yeah, it looks like it's only on that step. Right here. We hit the wall. Okay, so let's see then the point where we collide with the wall, I guess. Been a while? It's not a while. You were here yesterday. -508,219 -0.192. Yeah, time flies. Yeah, That's the sure. We're moving along in X, right? Yeah, we're moving along in X. And this does, we do hit it. What if I inflate step height to something really stupidly insane? Just like to, I don't know, 5.0. What am I going to embed from the scripting? I don't really plan on having a scripting backend. I don't really see the point of it, to be honest, at least for this project that I'm making. Even with the step height really high, really, we still hit it. How will devs add behavior? It's not for any dev other than me. I'll add behavior function pointers via JSON. That's what I'm going to do. The cam vel starts, but it doesn't. It stops, but it doesn't start. How will I add Am I just gonna write? I already explained this. I just said that I was going to make function pointers in JSON. That's what I'm going to do. Zero velocity gets through. Well, yeah. We get zero, yeah, this amount. Then it gets got immediately. Because we don't have enough velocity to get us over the step. Okay. And this is why I inflated the collision holes in my old engine. It's this exact problem with the step-up behavior. This is the exact reason why I inflated collision holes. So that you could step up in this case. Because the surface extends out by 0.2. But our raycast obviously doesn't extend out by 0.2. Which means that we get stuck in this sort of fucking limbo state here, where we can't step up and we can't move elsewhere. That's difficult. Instead of just raycasting down, what I might do is just implement what I had at the beginning with the double collision checks here. And then see if we can find all walkable. It might be overkill, but this is what I'm going to do. So let's think about how I was going to do this before. If all walkable, then we want to set our proposed to this position. and do this. We want to do this. No, this can't happen at proposed though. This has to happen at our regular position now. Propose to. Yeah, this is dirty code what I'm writing here, but let me just see if this works. I'm just curious to see if this works. Well, no, we won't do proposed anymore because we have a proposed. What we need to do is have a pointer something like that, and then we just go current p. For all of this. Okay, let's see. Let's see if my idea has merit. I think it does. It may take some nursing to get it there, though. And it may be super bumpy. I'm expecting it to be incredibly bumpy. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. If not all walkable. We only do this if not all walkable. Let me see if I fuck something else up here. Okay, I fucked something else up. Oh, I don't set current count equals contact count. After we calculate it. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I need to do it here. Unless I mean, okay, we're fine. Okay. Okay, so far, so good. Now, Oh. He's had enough. He's had enough of getting stuck on the steps. He's just decided the way to go up steps is you just jump. You just jump, the motherfucker. Oh, bro. He had enough. It's like, fuck it, I'm jumping. I can't get up these stairs. I'm just gonna jump them. That's so funny, bro. Player.pos equals propose to. Propose to.z plus equals step height. You know what? Maybe we don't even need this logic anymore. Maybe we don't even need it. Maybe that's just doing it for us. Maybe that's what I should have done in the first place. Was the original idea that we started the stream with. That I didn't really complete because I was like, what if we just raycast instead? Okay, so we're not getting up though. We are not getting up. I do raycast propose equals proposed. Okay, so I do it based on proposed. I need to get these printouts over here, I think. But I don't think that we're going through all walkable. I don't think that we get all walkable. I'm gonna guess that we don't get all walkable after I do the second check. Yeah. So even with a step height, we're still finding collision. Really? Is my step height just so high that it's in the fucking ceiling? Have I considered that? I mean, I don't think so, but oh, I guess it was in the ceiling, huh? Okay. It's kind of jumpy. but it kind of works. Okay, now let's try inflating the step height. So let's not set player pause to propose to. Oh wait, no, this isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. Yeah, maybe it is fine to set it to propose to. How do I stop this stuttering though? That's what I have to figure out, because we do stop solving at some point. I mean, if you inflate the step height any higher, then you probably just find some bugs with the jumping shit. Yeah. Also, is falling through the top steps is interesting. I wonder what's up with those. Maybe I don't have surfaces on them, to be honest. I may not have surfaces on them. Maybe I do need both. Maybe I do need both. I'm not gonna lie, I think that's pretty fucking good. That might be it right there. It's pretty convoluted, I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty fucking convoluted, the logic for this. I think we get stuck there because there's nothing but void in front of us. So we just get stuck. I don't think our legs know what to do in that situation. And now we get stopped by walls. Yeah, we still do a bit of stutter stepping. I wonder if I can remedy this by getting rid of this. Remedy. Who remembers that song? Remedy. It's a good one. Okay, this definitely isn't it. Yeah, definitely isn't it. It's not remedy, it's clarity, isn't it? I just realized that, bro. You know what I just realized is that this isn't even doing anything because I didn't have this. Wait, what? How is that doing something if I didn't have that in it? It wasn't actually affecting anything. Yeah, it has trouble on those stairs specifically. Okay. And now you just get stuck. You get stuck there, I think it's because of well, it's because of something. Yeah, so the step height should be 0.3 if we're going like based on like the real skeleton. He gets real big steps at the end. What might be the thing is to have like variable velocity based on stuff. Like if we find a step, maybe I should just like scale back the velocity by some amount. Oh wait, no, because this is regardless of if there is a step up or not. Maybe I should take the delta. Maybe I should take the delta then, and then do it based on that. That way, when there's zero change in step, then we don't actually subtract. But if there is a step up, then we start to lose velocity. He still gets a little bit of a pep in his step, you know? Oh wait, I wasn't actually doing... I gotta clean this code up, for sure. Okay, but we're doing something, Okay. Um... I need to know what it is. I'm guessing that it's biased in a certain... Oh. My bad. We appear to be stuck. We appear to be stuck. That did look good. That did feel good. But we appear to have been stuck in time. That boy's stuck in time. That boy's stuck. Okay. Magic numbers. Just some magic numbers, no problem. Just a little bit of magic numbers. Never hurt anyone. Fucking Christ, bro. I guess this doesn't work, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you need velocity to get over those for some reason. Alright, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, the stair stuff is kind of killing the vibe. The stair stuff is kind of ruining my whole life. You know what I mean? It's kind of ruining everything, actually. I could linearly interpolate the player position up to this proposed so that there is less of a jump, I guess. But I don't know. Walking upstairs is hard. It's hard work. Seriously. Holy fucking shit. Chill out. I don't know why it's specifically those stairs, though. Like here, there's no problem. Could it be that it has to do with the ceiling? This is probably the best idea I've had in a while, which is to apparently not a good enough idea. The idea was to recalculate it. Right, I had this whole temp Z idea. That's basically what I'm doing here. Yeah, but I don't think that that's like the problem here is that the what if we do it in a while loop? Let's do the same thing that I was doing yesterday with the legs. and then find a new proposed every time. We're still gonna jump forward though. Maybe we don't have to change player pause then, if this works. Okay. Why is that not all walkable though? That's the whole purpose of it. Why is it not all walkable? I'm really fucking confused. I'm confused. I'm confused. The normal is -1 in X. I guess we start in a wall. I guess we start in a wall. I don't understand why this stops us though. What did I do wrong here? I'm using P2 contact 2. Setting contact 2 to 0 every time. I don't reset P2 every time though, so that's probably important. I also don't reset P1 at the end, so that's probably also important. Probably. No, we're still... There's something here that's weird. Proposed changes here, but then we just change it right back. This shouldn't even change anything though. What the fuck? It certainly changes something that isn't within that state. Oh, all walkable equals false, maybe. The only thing that we change is proposed, and proposed gets changed here. Honestly, the whole thing's a fucking mess now. The whole thing's a fucking mess now. Nothing in here should change anything. It's so weird. Let's try changing this to propose 2. Just in case for some reason it... No, it's... I'm like really confused right now. I don't use working vel anywhere else, right? No. And I don't use P2 anywhere, right? No, P2 is completely contained into here. I'm... Okay. So somehow, huh? So there was something going on there with the P. But whatever, I guess. So is this idea gonna work now? Now that I fixed that. No, it appears not. I'm not adding the step height. But even so, maybe we should change the velocity instead of the position and then solve for it. Like, it's cam_pos.z plus z times dt, and to solve for dt, we just have to divide cam_pos.z by dt, right? To find it. Maybe that's something that I can explore. Yeah, I think that this is all too convoluted now. Way too convoluted. I think you need this. This is important. But maybe you take this and then you solve for the vel. Like, maybe we take this value and then you solve for cam_pos plus z plus vel times dt equals dat z. Yeah, we use rake as proposed. So yeah, equals that z equals temp z. So we want to find the velocity z. So then we subtract it, and now it's the proposed plus, or proposed minus the cam_vel times dt. No, you can subtract the pos. So it's the proposed minus pos over dt. That's it. And technically, very technically, very technically. Okay, so I don't know how to do algebra, I guess. Or maybe I fucked something else up here, which is entirely possible because there's a lot of fucking shit here now. Okay. I mean, maybe I need to print that out then to see, because maybe I don't know how to do algebra, I guess. I thought that was it. Yeah, it's massive. If we're just integrating it over dt, then maybe... Oh yeah, because we're integrating it over dt anyway. Now that seems like a pretty reasonable value. .3 sounds like a reasonable value. But I guess it's pushing us off the floor slightly. Oh, isn't this yeah. It may be the... Oh, it's plus 0.2. Yeah, it's literally just temp C. I don't know why I wasn't using that, because I made that variable specifically for this. So it's literally just... You literally just subtract. Okay. I guess because it pushes us slightly off the floor. That's my guess. Or slightly into the floor. I mean, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, we still need to go up this step immediately. So it doesn't even fucking matter, to be honest. Like, it doesn't even fucking matter. The idea with this is kind of smart, but I don't think it's working. Hmm. 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 We don't set the velocity. Which was the whole point of doing this. So that you solve for the solution. But that doesn't work. You know, maybe maybe between here and let me make sure that the normals on this are correct. I think that they are. Because the light would be weird if it wasn't correct, and we would be not having back faces. But just because if I don't check, then I'm gonna be mad at myself that I didn't check. Okay, it's fine. It is fine. It is fine. There's nothing different about these. You know, just because I need to make sure for my own sanity that it's triangulated properly and that the normals are correct. No. It still hits the fucking wall. And the normal is correct. It is facing towards us. Yeah. I think you just turn it back into an if statement and stop doing a fucking for loop, a while loop. Just like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. No, yeah. Hold on a second. You need to, if you do this, then you have to re-find the collision points. You have to. You have to at the end. Because now you've changed the velocity. And that was the whole point of doing it. Oh wait, but now you don't have, you need to add the When we player resolve impulse static, let's just go to the physics stuff. We do the impulse with just raw J. Can I just try JVal? Just out of curiosity to see if it pushes us back more. Okay, well that doesn't really work. Why does that not work? This should be... You should be able to do that. Is it negative JVal? Yeah, maybe it was, yeah, it's probably a negative JVal. So. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty checked out at this point. I'm pretty checked out. I'm pretty checked out. It's got to be because this puts us in a wall at some point. It's got to be because this puts us in a wall. Yeah, I mean, because that's the only thing that's modifying player position other than our other step logic. And I think modifying player position itself is a big problem. We still can't step here. Changing the player vel is actually working though. It's actually working. But we still get stuck there. I don't know, I could just cheat and then just make the step height higher. Like, that's just something that I could do, and that would probably be fine, but it doesn't feel physically correct, which is the whole point of it, is to feel like physically correct. the whole point of it is to feel physically correct, so it kind of sucks. It sucked that this solved Z solution didn't work, because you get caught on the stair edge. But what we could do is just do campos.z plus equals hit.pos plus 0.2f, and then just resolve it later, maybe. Like, we cheat with a different cam pause. No, but this is proposed. This is proposed. I think the problem is that we're not resolving out of the surface enough. I think when it comes down to it, that's probably the problem. Maybe we just don't touch our Z velocity. But our Z velocity isn't even doing anything. Yeah, this is weird. Hold on a second. We don't get pushed out all the way, do we? You know? We're supposed to get pushed out 0.2. But we don't really. We don't really get pushed out 0.2, do we? We might divide by 0 here. Okay, so 0 mass means that we can't move. So that's... Or I fuck something else up, probably. Just... Yes, just get rid of all of the shit. Okay, thank you. Why am I not fucking moving? Hello? Is it really what I changed here? Really? No. Oh my god, what the fuck are we talking about? Is it this? It's something that... Okay. Okay, so now back to what I was trying to do was this. Setting everything to 0. And then seeing maybe if we're... Oh. Oh. Now we get stuck on the wall. I would just get stuck on the wall, period. I mean, like, what the fuck did I do now that fucked it up? Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind with this shit today. This is really fucking frustrating me. I don't know. Oh, dude, I don't know what the fuck is the problem. Yeah, I must have changed something here that is making us go through walls. So or something somewhere in the impulse resolution that I changed. But yeah, I mean, at this point, just end me. See how we get stuck here? Like, really, we shouldn't get stuck like that. Realistically, you get pushed out by the thing. But we don't get pushed out enough by the thing. So I've gotta think that we aren't resolving it. So it does print out wall. So we aren't printing out wall. So we actually stop. We actually stop getting it. We stop finding it too early. I have a feeling it might be this centered thing. No. I managed to break the entire fucking collision now. Yeah, I mean, it's just so fucking cooked. Okay, we're gonna switch it back to 0.2, 0.4. How are we doing? Not good. The stairs are not going good. I can see why people cheat with stairs now, because doing the leg IKs on stairs is going to be the fucking end of me. I can tell you right now, it's going to be the end of me. Doing the leg IKs on the fucking stairs. I'm like losing it. I'm losing it. I'm seriously like, it's just no good, really. Get out of doing stairs properly. I want to have like 100% realistic movement. So that means that like the legs are already procedural, right? So the head bob is procedural, meaning that everything is based on your true movement, right? That was like the idea, to make it like incredibly surreal but also realistic. So that's what it was. Might have to cheat a little bit. Yeah, I probably will. I already am kind of cheating. Like, I'm already making like some big. I'm already making some big compromises, but it's not really working. I also think like my impulse resolution solver is not like doing its job properly. I think it's not doing its job properly. Which is frustrating me even more. Because it should be pushing us out of the wall, but it isn't pushing us out of the wall. It is very hard to test, yeah. I already, the leg IKs are separate, right? They already are separate, right? The leg, you know, changes the pelvis, which changes the neck, right? That's its own system, right? That's already the compromise that I made, is to have the player collision separate, but it still is fucking really difficult. Too many contradictory forces, yeah. It's because, like, to have like regular step up logic and also have it feel natural is very like annoyingly difficult, you know. It's annoyingly difficult because we have like head bob that's based on the feet position, and the feet position are technically choosing their targets based on our collision position. And so if the collision position just like jumps around too much, then the springs all get like this disgusting like sort of feedback. So it's very difficult because you can't snap up to a step, if that makes sense what I'm saying. So we have to like interpolate like we have feet, which is fucking really stupid. So it's like, but that's based on player. I need bounded impulses. Yeah. I mean, but it's based on the player's speed, right? Like that's the problem. Is like if we're going too fast, we overshoot, and if we're not going fast enough, they're exploding from too many inputs. No. It's because our position is sometimes just going into walls, and this because we have to move before we resolve, right? And then we're trying to resolve out of walls, but it's going based on our velocity, and so it's never going to work. It's hard to explain, but it's not exploding the values. It's just we're just stuck inside of walls because of our radius, you know? Position-based dynamics. Yeah, I mean, that's what I had in my last engine, but since I have all of these GJK holes and all of that, it needs velocity-based dynamics and PGS and all that. It needs to, because of all like the moving boxes and the shit that I have in this engine, it needs to all be one system. And so it makes it really difficult to do like this cheating logic to walk upstairs because the impulse resolver is just fighting me all the way. Extended PBD? Possibly. I mean, it was such a pain in the ass to get this impulse. Like, this is so much code. It was so difficult to get it working. So, I don't know what I'm going to do. Imagine there's such a thing, yeah. I mean, there probably is. But, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can cheat it, right? Like, I can cheat it with just doing this gets us somewhat up the stairs. So this is just simply like moving our position. Like this is, oh yeah, this isn't even working because of something else that, oh, I meant to do this. Right, you need a, so this is us literally shifting player position based on the raycasted floor position. So this is what this looks like in terms of going up the stairs, right? But there are edge cases like right here. You see? You see? And then, so it's like there are just edge cases on some of the steps where we just can't go smoothly. It looks, yeah, I mean, but it's not gonna work on some of the steps like this, you know? So now I can cheat by just pumping the step height, but it's non-trivial. It's non-trivial is what I'm trying to get at, you know? It is non-trivial. But yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Thank you. I mean, that was the whole idea for the engine, was I really wanted to like make super realistic like camera, and that's why I have it like shot on film now, and everything is done at 24 FPS and everything is super like filmic. Was I wanted to make the experience super realistic, but have like super trippy and surreal kind of like lighting and all that shit. Like I wanted to have that contrast of like something that feels super like visceral and real, but is also just like unrealistic at the same time. But it is painful. Obviously we have a lot of commented out things here. So my idea was with it was, okay, so we have this idea here where we raycast down, we go forward, up, raycast down, right? So that finds where the step is, right? Obviously that has some issues, but I thought to solve the issues, maybe I move us to that proposed position and then check if there's a wall there, and if there is a wall there, then I shift us back until we aren't inside of a wall. And so that's what all of this was trying to do, but it was so convoluted. Like we had this while loop that was shifting us back. So I feel like that, because this has no concept of there being a wall at this position, right? Like this has no clue what's going to be there. And so we're just kind of raw shifting, and yeah. What I could do, okay, so here's an idea, right? Is that if there is a wall that we find here, means that there's a wall here, what we could do is just shift us out of the wall preemptively in the case that we're stepping up, maybe. Yeah, that was the idea, yeah. Because I hadn't really seen like real like locomotion that feels real in video games before. Like everything is sort of video gamey, and it feels good to play, right? It feels good to play at 60 FPS. It feels good to move around and have like fast responses. But I was like, I kind of just want to break the rules with it, you know? Thank you, I appreciate that. It's all right. I mean, I've been going at it for like 3 hours already with just the trying to get it right. So I appreciate the distraction, because it's good to, because I've been kind of absorbed. You ended up hating it? I mean, I think for me, like it looked weird at first, but once I had the motion blur, I think the velocity buffer motion blur is what made it. And I have depth of field and stuff like that make it literally look like a film camera. So I think that's a big part of why it looks okay. Like you can't tell the depth of field stuff, and it probably doesn't come through well on the stream, to be honest, since it's pretty low res. But if I change this, you'll probably see it like more. If I change the f-stop really low, well, you kind of can't. It's really, really hard to see in a room where there isn't anything, but because there's no textures, So you can't actually see things going in and out of focus, which is, you know, I could show it off somewhere else, but you're just going to have to. I am using nuclear for the debug UI, at least for right now, because I try to use CMGUI, but I never got it working. So I've always just used nuclear for my C stuff. Yeah. So what if we just hard code move us out by that position if we're stepping up? How would I even do that? We're gonna add the scale of the normal by PTD, by the depth. I think that it should be depth and not negative depth. Ocean graphics, that's awesome. I did FFT water before. I don't know if that's similar. Okay, so that obviously fucking broke everything. Okay, but let's see. Now, yeah, we still detect the wall there, even though we're pushing out by PTD. I mean, I could try the negative D. It's one of them. It's one of them. Okay, so this immediately fucked us up on that wall too. So I'm gonna guess that it isn't the negative D then. Nah, yeah. Have I tried just setting it to raycast proposed? Like how stupid is this? I mean, now we're just setting it to propose, which is a stupid idea, but I just want to see maybe this. Okay, well, yeah, now we can't actually touch the ground is the problem. Yeah. The font looks quite familiar. It is. It is familiar. I like it. The problem with it is the ligatures are fucking really stupid. I don't know who uses ligatures. It's like actually, like, what is the purpose of ligatures? It just looks like shit to me. I'm sorry if you've taken offense to that, but it makes the code harder to read. You're having a rough day? I'm having a rough day. No, I'm having a rough day. Yeah. I hope that you feel better. I'm sorry for making fun of the font on your rough day. I'm sorry about that. I also tried this, which was to put it into velocity. Maybe I do both. Maybe I put it both into velocity and into the position. Now we don't touch the floor again. Yeah. This is the problem with touching velocity, is that then we come off of the floor and we need to be on the floor so that we can walk. So there's also that. Let me see something actually. Maybe we go off of the ground at some point. I didn't actually think about that. Like, what if that is kind of the problem? Is that we go off ground at some point? I didn't really consider that. Yes! We have multiple frames here where we're not on the ground. Okay, well that's a hint of something then. We have many frames here. So this, we're on ground, on ground, on ground, on ground. And then we leave the ground. Okay, so this is important, I guess. It's an overshoot, undershoot thing. Yeah. So basically, we have to be, you know, detecting that we're impulse resolving with a walkable surface to be considered on the ground, right? So that we aren't, our player state isn't falling, right? Can I clamp to the ground without it? That's what I'm going to try now. I already am kind of clamping to the ground here. I already am clamping to the ground, like literally. But I'm guessing that we might overshoot it or something. I could try not adding player radius to it and then see if we stop going off the ground. But that's probably the solution, to be honest. Yeah, so now our steps are kind of fucked up. Okay, this has to be the solution then. That has to be the solution. Because we stop going off the ground. The steps are pretty nasty, but that is clean. It's just that we kind of stop and start. We can quantize the forces. The steps look good. Yeah. It's just you can feel the spring is just a little bit jumpy. So because our position is literally, do you see that kind of like stop and start thing? Our position is literally jumping is why. There has to be a way to do it, you know. Have spring dampening. It's not the spring, it's because, so basically since our player position is snapping to the ground, right, the spring has a delay to it. Do you see what I'm saying? So our legs move and then our pelvis catches up to our legs and then our neck catches up to our pelvis. They all have targets that are dependent on one another, right? And so they're all technically lagging behind the actual player position, right? Because the foot gets a target based on our velocity, then the pelvis gets a target based on where our legs are moving, then the neck gets a target based on where our pelvis is moving, right? So they all have locomotion that's dependent on targets. But you see that what I'm saying with that lag, right, is that our player moves, right, and then everything else decides. So if our player is like stop and starting while it goes up the stairs, that's where the jump comes from, right? Is that our springs are catching up, you know, so there's a delay, right? And that's kind of the problem. So it's really like kind of a fundamental issue, you know. So that's kind of sucky. But I think that this has to be the solution, is clamping our player position to the ground. And we don't detect any walls. We don't detect any walls. How am I handling the max step height? I just have a setting for it. At the same time, and integrate the delta between the... Yeah, exactly. That's what I think I have to do. I have to do some like linear interpolation because this isn't working, right? I have to do some like linear interpolation for it. Something like that, right? Actually, you know what? I was thinking of that, right? Like, what if we don't just set it to the position and we lerp it or something? Like, when we find a delta... My internet went out for a second there, sorry. The ISP has not been doing good. It's 2 o'clock and it looks like it's nighttime outside. It is storming out there. I had a lerp here. Right, I had a lerp here. I did try it. And I had exactly this. Or I was scaling the velocity by the delta. But I could also try this, like something like this. And that means that it takes four frames for us to reach it. No, now we're just going up many stairs. I also thought that what would help would be like to go upstairs slower. And now we got stuck. Huh. Okay, well that's not good. Yeah, I guess that you can't lerp it, huh? Because hit pause is always... Do you think I'll finish it, and if so, when? That's not an annoying question. I think the hardest thing for me is modeling and like texturing and stuff. Like I have clear like visions of like things that I've seen in my dream that I wanted to make. Like this apartment building itself, right? Like I think like this is like similar to my old apartment building, but it's way like, you know, like kind of non-Euclidean in the way the kind of the space is, I guess. It was like kind of when I was modeling it. But the thing is, it takes me so long to model, and also I'm not like 100% happy with it. Like it takes me so long to model and so long to texture. That's the part that sucks. I don't really think it's the code that ends up being the problem. It's the rest of it that takes forever. Help you, or what's holding me back? I think it's honestly like literally making assets. You know, like I have very clear visions, and so I feel like I have to make it right, and I have to make the textures, and I have to figure out the lighting and all of it. So that's the stuff that takes me the longest amount of time. But yeah, it's the modeling and stuff. But it's something that I just have to spend a lot of time getting better at. Like I literally have to sit here probably for many days, you know, just working on getting better at modeling. You know, that's just what has to happen. Except, is it a financial thing? Well, it's definitely a financial thing. I can't fund anything, you know. But if I was like rich and wasn't insanely in debt, then sure, like I'd be like, hey, here's my vision, let's do it, you know, or whatever. But you know, I'm not in the position to buy anything, so it is partially that, but also I think that I'm capable of doing it. It just is going to take me months and months and months to to get better to the point where I'm able to make it. And so I don't really necessarily think that that's a bad thing. I think that it's good that I'll get better at modeling. I think that that's something I want to do. So it's not like the worst thing in the world. Yeah, you know what? I have an idea, I guess. What if we have a raycast height and then a different step height, and then we raycast at the raycast height, and then we find if whatever we hit is above our raycast height, and if it is, then we shift our velocity until we hit something that's within our height, I guess. Thank you. I appreciate that. I personally think I'm just lazy because I don't, don't obviously like work. I don't really consider this work necessarily. Maybe it's because I enjoy doing it. I don't know. But, that means a lot to me because, because I don't really. But, I do appreciate that. We do if hit.hit and then while it's below. Yeah. We're going to do some nesting here. It's going to be scary, but we have to do it. Some disgusting nesting here. Okay. So if we hit, then we need to check the delta. If delta is greater than the step height, right? While delta makes it feel less absurd. Well, I hope that yeah. Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, I think that I don't know. I had this conversation when I was going to college with like one of my best friends, right? And I was really annoyed with the fact that so many of us, like, we were going to art school and so many of us worked like regular jobs and we're never going to actually get like jobs in art, right? And I was kind of like frustrated with that, and his kind of like perspective was like, well, who, if everyone had a job that they wanted to do, then who would do the stuff that none of us want to do, right? That I mean, society for sure like doesn't have like, we don't need to have fast food places all over the place, you know what I mean? Like those aren't the I know so many fucking people that work in retail and fast food. My dad has worked in retail his entire life, right? Just at chains. And it's like, I don't know, like he's a talented artist. Like he's a painter, like paints like real like paintings, like he went to art school. And so it's just like crazy to me that this is like the world that we live in, that like, it sucks. It really sucks because there's so many talented people that just, but those are the jobs that are there, you know what I mean? And there's a reason the jobs are there, and the reason is that people buy that shit. You know what I mean? Like, if none of us ordered fast food and all of us cooked, you know, if none of us, you know, wanted Targets everywhere so that we could get things, if none of us ordered things off of Amazon and we, supported local businesses and things like that, then it would be a very different story, you know. Then I think there would be more of a thing where like people would be able to work at smaller companies, do smaller things, and do things worth doing. But we don't live in that world, and like 1 in 20 people is an Amazon truck driver now. That's just the reality, right? That's literally the world, right? But yeah, it sucks. America sucks, you know. It's true. It is true. So we will scale it back by 0.9f every time, and then we'll just do another hit. And then if not, hit that hit continue. And we're gonna have a safety here. Yeah, I mean, I kind of walk the walk with this sort of thing. Like, not to like make anybody else feel bad about it, but I don't have any subscriptions. I haven't had it for many years. I don't have any subscriptions to anything. I buy media when I have money to buy media, like directly, right? I don't use Amazon. I just don't participate in any of it, right? I literally don't. Not to, make anybody else feel bad about it, but my life and my like emotional feeling towards it is a lot better because I don't, right? I do my part and that's it. You know what I mean? I'm doing my part. If I had any money, I would buy like movies from like Criterion or things like that. If I had money, then I would do that. But I don't have money, so I don't participate in Spotify and like any of these things that are literally like soul sucking society up. You know what I mean? So I just literally don't. I'm just literally not a part of it, right? Watch me half-ass this right now and then just like get it right by accident. That would be pretty funny, right? That would be pretty funny. If I just accidentally fucking did it. I need to be changing raycast proposed. Right, I need to actually be putting this in here. Okay, I have no clue if this is gonna work, but I mean, I might as well give it a try. We on the Megacorp exploitation machine right now? I mean, this is the only way I can get my art out there. So I don't really consider my work profiting YouTube very much, because it's not like I make them very much money. All right, peace out. Thanks for talking. I appreciate it. Appreciate it a lot. You know what I'd be interested to see? I'd be interested to see where our camera is. Let me set our cam pause to our player pause, because I'm curious. Got the legs working properly? Now. What the fuck? So this is exactly what I expected. Except we don't go up every step, we go up every other step. I should probably have done this before and debugged using this instead, because this tells me, like, we can do the legs after. We should really be focusing on let's just get rid of the middle for now, and I want to see why we're going up 2 steps at a time. Okay, now we're going up 1 at a time. I wonder why we go down there. Like, this is weird, right? That we're going down. This is very weird that we go down. Robert, it goes down. It goes down. You know that video? Dude, that's a classic. That is such a fucking classic video. It goes down. No, don't go down. If no one knows what I'm talking about, you're missing out. It's a good video. Okay, so now we're exactly on the stairs. Holy fucking shit. Okay, so now we're exactly on the stairs. But we only go up. Is that thunder? Yes, it was. It was. It's very, very bad storming outside. Very, very bad storming. Okay. It's raining there too? Damn. I'm about to make a really bad decision. What if you decide that you don't want me there by your side, that you don't want me there in your life? Shout out Coldplay. What if we do that? What if we look ahead more than our current velocity step? Now we should go earlier. We do go earlier. We do go earlier. Now, we do go down. We do go down if we go, yeah. So that happens. And then the next step of this would be to rotate the velocity vector instead of changing the raw player position. It would be to do player dot. We've already tried this multiple times, but I'm still stuck with the idea that we can add the delta onto here somehow. Ooh, that's right. Let's take a breath. Jump. Alright, we just went infinitely into space. Okay, we're just okay. Oh, because the delta is right. You can't do fabs. You can't do fabs here. You can't do fabs there. Okay. 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 Oh, shit. Fuck. It's so close. It really is. It's just that for whatever reason when you... Yeah. It's that we go too fast. Shit. No. That's so close, though. That is so fucking close. That's so close, actually. But this is why I'm saying, like, we need to have less velocity when going upstairs or something. It happens right here. God, like... We don't go up the full step here. What's different about this stair? It's that stair. There's got to be something weird with this stair, man. Remove the BVH. Remove the BVH. Remove the BVH completely. Do we make it up the stairs? If it's the BVH that's been causing us problems this whole time, I'm gonna be pissed off. I'm gonna be livid. No, it isn't. There's something weird with those stairs, man. There's something weird with this one. No, yeah, there's something weird. There has to be something weird. Completely even. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. I just had an idea. Move everything. Move the whole goddamn thing. Move it this way. Move it away from 0, 0. Move it away from 0, 0. I want to see this. What? What? Oh, no, I fell off the stairs. Okay, no, it still happens. And then we still fall through those stairs, which is also bizarre. Hey, what's up, Paul? There's something weird happening here with the fucking stairs. There has to be. It has to be. Because it's specific stairs. It's specific ones. Sorry, I'm a bit crazy right now because I'm working on this on the stairs. I got rid of the BVH. I need to keep printing out. I need to see the printouts for this. Okay, so we are at 2.0, 2.8, 2.1, 2.9, 3, 4, 6, 7, 3.3, 2. 3.1, 3.0, 2.8, 2.7, 2.5, 2.6, not 2.7, 2.6, 2.6, 2.7 over here. Two point eight, 2.8, 2.8. Yeah, I have a feeling that our ray traversal is incorrect. I have a feeling that the ray traversal is incorrect this whole time. How about this? How about this? Well, let's try not check normal. Huh? Let's just try not checking the normal. Let's try this flag. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. No hit detected. No hit detected. Really? Really? Okay. It's like a jump scare every time that happens. Let's just check above cam pause. I mean, then we might not be able to get up the stairs, but at least we'll be able to check this 100% certainty. Okay, we're gonna go nuclear on it. We are gonna go nuclear on it. Let's export it just as one mesh, just so that we know that at mesh 0 this is here. So node pointer mn equals at mn's 0. And we'll do the test right here. I think this is and we'll do the ray test right here without anything else. We're just going to copy the logic, which is we transform by the matrix. We transform by the matrix, and then we do the ray test. That's it. And we're going to check this for every single triangle. and origin will be raycast proposed. We need those things, I guess, for the barycentrics. And then we just write to it when, in the case that there's, if this, we check if col. If try t is less than hit.t, then we have a hit. Who cares about the mesh? That, okay, there you go. That now checks every triangle. Okay. What are the transforms on this thing? It has non-uniform scale. Okay, so let's just get rid of the scale. Let's just go object, apply all transformations, and let's just do that then. It isn't that either. What the fuck? We're gonna go to the ray intersection test. Go to 0.0. It's just so strange. It's so weird. It's like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I mean, I mean, I'm stuck. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know. I do not understand what could be happening. We're gonna set it to player pause again. I mean, this is just crazy. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's just the delta then. It has to be the delta that's the problem. So the delta is between the hit pause plus 0.2f minus the player pause dot z Okay, so the delta is the problem. This isn't the problem. The delta is the problem. But if okay, we need to print out the delta then. I'm pretty sure we already have this, right? We need to print the delta then. And start looking ahead again. This time by 0.3. .56. So it is a lot. It is actually a lot. My guess is that we're hitting our head maybe. Let's just see if we hard code, well, this isn't gonna work. No, because how do we have a delta every frame? Maybe we can't do plus 0.2f. But then we're just going to fly infinitely into space like we did earlier. There has to be a solution to this. Oh wait, we're not anymore. What's different now than it was before? Maybe it's how we're adding it? Yeah, now we fall through. What if it's the other way around? No, it can't be. What if it's equals delta? What if we just set it to the delta? Okay, I think that's it. We just set it to the delta. Yeah. Exactly. You set it to the delta. Exactly. Are we done with the pain? Do we have are we out? Is the suffering over? Oh my god. No, you fucking asshole. What? Yeah. We are slightly in the ground. That I will admit, but we aren't hitting anything. Now we just have to fix the legs. Okay. How do we fix the legs? How do we fix the fucking legs? That's the difficult part. Okay. How do we fix the legs? Okay, I don't know how to fix the legs. Because now our position is so on its own. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Nah. There's just no way. Oh my god, we did it. That was so not worth it. Holy fucking shit. No hit detected. Yeah, so if we walk off into nothingness, then there's no hit detected, and so yeah, that stair, there's something up with that stair. There is something actually up with it. I don't know what's up with that one specifically. There's something up with you, bro. Okay. There's something up with you. There is, I mean, there is a weird pattern on it. So maybe we should just recreate the face. No, I think that's the exact same thing, actually. It just triangulated weird. I need to triangulate it again. Dude, that's so good. This is so good. This is I'm like a kid on Christmas. No, you piece of shit. Why? Why is it just that fucking... Wait a second. Is it this platform, rather? Yeah, it's that platform. What the fuck is up with you, bro? What is your problem? What is up with this? What's the problem with that, huh? What is the problem with what? Why is that? What is that? What? Like what? What? Okay. Hold on. Let us chill out here for a second. and get rid of the stepping logic, just to make sure that we can get on that surface. No, like, seriously, what is the problem with that fucking surface? What is the problem with that surface? Okay, you've got to let it go. I cannot leave you alone. Honestly, I cannot. Okay, so the legs get separated from my body. And now they aren't separated. So it's a leg thing. It's actually a leg thing. Okay, that's all I needed to know. It's a fucking leg thing. Okay. It's not hit.hit. Target equals original target. And our original target is player.pause with the lead. Okay, so our player position is now above us. Completely detached from our body. Right? We're at 3.627. No, it isn't. I'm so confused. Actually, because now looking at this, it shouldn't be doing anything. It's a beaver. It shouldn't be saying anything. Nah, it shouldn't be doing anything, you know. It shouldn't be affecting anything because it's based on the player position. So if I set the camera to the player position, okay. So then it has to be that on that stairs. It has to be that. It has to not detect it. Maybe it... Oh... Maybe there's a gap here somewhere. A little gap or something. Where it slides through. Shit. No hit detected. No hit detected. Maybe step height is too small. Motherfucker. Dude. How did we fall through the floor there? Did I like fall off the side because I wasn't paying attention? Maybe that's what happened, to be honest. That could have honestly been what happened. Yeah, that was probably it, to be honest. Okay, did I fix it now? I just had to change the step height and then clamp it. Is that it? Okay. The legs are not actually on the stairs, which is the problem. The legs need to be on the stairs. The legs need to figure out how to get on the stairs. Because I don't know how to do that. Probably because we're too close to the ground and the stairs. Like, we are pretty close to the ground, just like the player itself. Like, this is kind of correct height? I don't know. Like, this is correct height. Like, we're always one step behind the correct height. So maybe it's not finished. Maybe we're not finished. Maybe instead of changing the delta, we can change the legs, where the legs point to, where the legs go to. Like, instead of going from player pause to the vel, maybe we add some offset to the position. .2f seems like the magic number. Oh no, that just changes our height in general, yeah. Does seem way more natural on stairs though. Oh, maybe this is fine actually. Maybe this is fine for now. I mean, we're climbing the stairs. I mean, God knows it took us way too long to fucking get here, but we are climbing the stairs. Who cares what it took? We got here. Yeah, we still fall through that one. We still fall through that one when we're using the targets, because we can't find the target apparently on that one. Why can't we move here? What? Oh, it's because our legs are stuck upstairs or something. Oh, our player position is stuck upstairs. Oh. Yeah, our body separated from our legs. Oh, that's fucking funny. Yeah, this logic is fucked up. Because we don't have we need to have the same thing here that we have down there, don't we? We need to have the same thing down here, where we find the delta, and if the delta is less than the step height, then we do that. Otherwise, just don't do it. There we go, yeah. Oh yeah, we still have this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. I mean, seriously, from where we started to this is like really good progress. Really good progress. But yeah, I think that you have to do this. That 0.2 isn't a magic number, but we should set it to a variable. That's technically player radius. It kind of works. The legs aren't actually really stepping on the stairs sometimes. Like here we are. But yeah, sometimes we aren't. Sometimes we cheat. But it looks convincing. It's just going down that's rough. Because we're not supposed to add 0.2f when going down. We can make special logic for that, but yeah, I'm not sure what the cause of that, of when we're going down, why we're higher than when we're going up. Well, I do know. It's just the way the velocity works. We could have us go faster when we're going down rather than when we're going up. Would probably be fine. Probably try something like that. Just make the velocity higher for when we're going down. Yeah, it's this delta less than step height that's a bit sketchy. You really just don't want to fall through the floor is the whole reason why we have that. It's just really a safety thing, but maybe it isn't that. I mean, we could just try making it stupidly large, too. Might also be a collision thing. No hit detected. We fell through. Yeah. That's what happens if you pump the delta up. Yeah, I'm not sure. We can move to doing this in the BVH again because I feel confident in that. We can also toy with this a bit, how far the look ahead is. That might help a little bit with it. Oh yeah, that definitely helps. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, how to really work out the last bugs with it, but I am pretty worn out with the stair stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I think I've really, I'm really good now with it. I've sort of made my peace with it. I guess potential pause, what I could do with potential pause is that instead of doing this lead thing, instead we just look through and use exactly what we set for the other stepping logic for the player. Damn. Yeah, that felt pretty good until we fell through the floor. I also don't think that we should return false ever. So that's probably also... I think that us returning false there is probably why we're falling through the floor, actually. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like our real problems came from when we didn't use D here, so I'm just gonna use D there and call it a day, I think. No. I guess maybe it's step height then. Yeah, I mean... God fucking damn it. Is it really me? Was it one of these things that I did that now fucking messed this up? Okay, I'm hoping that it's not the BVH traversal, because that would suck. That would fundamentally suck. In a fundamental way. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking? Hmm. Okay, no, yeah, it can't be that. Seriously? It's this? It's the fucking BVH? How? 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 Seriously, how? I guess our AABB test just fails there. Well, that fucking sucks. I don't want to deal with that right now. We don't even have the AABB test on right now. I should probably do, you know, the version without recursion as well, but like, what am I doing differently here? I guess I can see if somehow we don't get into that for a frame. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, it works so well, except for just like randomly. Oh, don't return true, you fucking idiots. Oh my god. I'm so fucking stupid. Dude. No wonder this wasn't working. No wonder the raycast wasn't fucking working. Because I had a return out where I shouldn't have. I just didn't see it. Yeah. So the reason why we were falling there was because the reason why we were falling there was because I was returning out and it was in the same node. That's why. Fucking idiot, dude. So dumb. Okay, now let's just make sure to not break anything else here and just, yeah. Okay, now the BVH should be traversable again. We should also do the version of the BVH without recursion as well, but I just can't be fucked to implement it again. Actually, I should implement it again. I should just do it. It's like 10 seconds. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Stacking all the women cubes up to heaven. And when I get to 110, then I'll become the king of men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that that's the pattern. Could be wrong. I probably have it somewhere else here. Yeah, left, next, next. That's what the pattern is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Second call the women cubes up to heaven. When I get 210, then I'll become the king of man. That's literally the pattern. But we're gonna have a lot of things to change once I change this. A lot of things are gonna break because now we have to get rid of scene nodes everywhere. Then I'll become the king of man. The king of man is tall and strong. We have to just compile to see all of the things where they are. Input, input, input. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, really? That's it? Oh, that's nice. That's not too bad. Let's do the nodes next. The mesh next. Sucking the women cubes up to heaven. When I get 210, then I'll become the king of men. Okay, I don't think that we start at ni equals 0 here. Or actually, maybe we do. Oh yeah, we do. We do. This is left. When I get 210, then I'll become the king of men. Okay, so that one's changed now. All right, let's see if I implemented that correctly. That should speed us up all over the engine. Should be exactly equivalent to what we had before. And faster. Faster and faster and faster. All right, let's get rid of all these printouts. So it's kind of ruining my vibe, you know? I'm not gonna touch anything here because I'm kind of worried about needing it later. So I'm just gonna leave everything, even if it's messy. It's weird. On the first floor, we feel taller. Which is not good. Also, the case where we get next to an edge where there's nothing off of it is a case that we should handle right now. It's saying no hit detected. I don't know why we can't walk off into nothingness. Actually, maybe we can and our legs just can't. Let me test the camera. Let me just test the camera again. See, we can, our legs can't. Okay, so let's fix that. It's in the legs then. Yeah, I left that return false there. That's why. Okay. For better or for worse, the stairs are finished. It was quite painful though. It was quite painful. Quite painful. Let's never do that again. That was about like 7 hours if we include yesterday of pure pain. So I'm just so glad that we don't have to experience it any longer, because I think any more of that and I would have had to be like locked up or some shit, you know? Yeah, the problem is really this. I really don't like this. This is just something that I don't really like that much. I'm not sure what to do with it. Like, if I just need to bevel it really heavy, like this edge, you feel me? Just like, maybe it just needs to be beveled like that. I think I actually, like, maybe I'm crazy, but I kind of like it being like a rock face. Like, that's actually not that bad. The king of men is tall and strong, stacking women cubes all day long. That's what I should have beveled, not this. Maybe. But then we get that, which I don't like that. Maybe you gotta pre-move this to the, move this out here. And then move this down. I know you got more room to bevel it. Okay, I think it's fucking terrible, I'm not gonna lie. I also don't understand why I can't loop cut this. That's cursed that I can't, actually. Because I would be so ready to loop cut this. I mean, now the topology is just completely fucking cooked. Can you even do this? Oh, brother. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, you fucking idiot. You fucking absolute freak. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god. Don't let him ever touch Blender again. What the fuck is he doing? Oh no. Who let dustmite have Blender? Delete it off of his computer right now. But we can loop cut it. See? That's all you have to do. To fix the cursed topology that you made is to make even more cursed topology. The king of men is tall and strong, stacking wood cubes all day long. When I get 210. I kind of fucking hate it. But that's alright. Okay, I don't know what I did, but it's kind of crazy and wacky, and I kind of like it, okay? I kind of like it. I kind of fuck with it. So just mirror as the motion blur just gotten really tiny. I think it has, because we scaled it with the frame rate, didn't we? No, we didn't. We just did it. I think we changed the number. No, we have 16 samples still. Interesting. Interesting. It feels way less intense than it used to. Maybe there's just not enough things to blur in here. That's probably what it is. Just feels like less is going on just because there is less going on, you know. That's probably what it is. Okay. I like it. It does kind of stand out because other things aren't as fucked up as it is. But that's kind of just how I be feeling all the time anyway. What the fuck? Whoa. Okay, we need less of a thing here. We can't have this go down all the way. Because the first floor's stuff doesn't go down like that. Oh no, it does. It's just slanted. And then this one has the curve. So we need to do something about it. We either slant it or do something with it. I can't remember how I did that curve. I needed to, like, I think I beveled this, no? But it was beveled the other way. How did I do that? Maybe I need to cut it like this, extrude this out, and then bevel this. Ah, yeah, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I like that, so I'm just gonna copy that for this one. I think I made it one thing. Across. But actually, maybe I don't want to do that this time. Because that makes it harder to make the stairs. King of men is tall and strong. All day long. Maybe I have to do both to bevel it. Okay, never mind. We're just gonna do it once because we want to have the sick. We want it to look sick. So that's this is unfortunately the cost of making things look sick. Is that sometimes they're harder to make them look sick. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just a little bit harder. What do we think? That was about how my last one looked. Now the tricky part with this last time was that I had to do this to it. That's what happened to this one. Is that I had to do this to it to extrude it. So what I ended up doing with that one was that I just extruded the whole, like a bunch of them. I extruded like this, and then brought that across. But doesn't that cut off the hole? Not sure. Oh right, I had to knife tool it. That's why. That's why it's weird. I have to knife tool this. I should have made the walls toggleable for the for everything, so that we could see it better. Okay, so we have to make an incision here. I think to line it up, it's like about here, right? It's not there. It's somewhere in the middle. That's how I did it. Was I moved it out and then knife tooled it. Oh yeah, I did it like this. I did it like that, or something like that. I did it like that or something. And that's how you get it. But you want to bring this up, and that's how we started sculpting that. Was from about here, and then from up here, then you extrude up and then bevel it to get the stairs. Yeah, the tricky thing is really getting this to be the correct size. Been doing it to half. So that's that. And then we bevel. But we do that. Something like that. And then we do like 26 segments. And that's about correct. Okay, we're getting there. Like clockwork, just one thing at a time. Yeah, this is how we ended up with the cursed topology here. There has to be a way to fix it though, right? That isn't just deleting this, because that would be incredibly cursed. You really need to extrude it up and then fucking fix it that way. I don't want it to end like this. How did I fix that stairway? How did I fix that one after I fucking did this to it? I think I literally moved the stairs. I think that that's the way you gotta do it. That's the way you gotta do it. It's the only way that you can do it. Because this way is just gonna fuck up the topology super bad. Anyway, it's cooler this way. And then you just bring this up. But you do end up having to move the stairs though. No. No, 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 no. How the fuck did I do this one? It's like I did magic on this one. Oh, I just didn't make it as tall. I just didn't make it go all the way up. That's why. I just made it go like this. Which is like more manageable. Now you only have to go like that, which is pretty chill considering all of the shit that you can do with it now down here to make it look more natural. I forgot what I did, but I don't think I want to copy it exactly, but dude, I totally forgot that you could bevel vertices. Whoa, you can do a stair in like this. Well, that's actually kind of sick. What? That's kind of insanely sick. The amount of triangles, though, is crazy. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I think when I moved this, I fucking... Oh no, it already always had two vertices there. This... Maybe I should merge these. I think that that'll make it much better to bevel. And then how do I do it again? I have to do... I have to extrude you across and then bevel from the inside. I like the fact that it's uneven. That's kind of cool. Why am I not doing this upside down? Why? Why not? I wonder what people think of this apartment building. Like, do people like it, or are people just like, this is like the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my entire life? I wonder what people's reaction to it is. I feel like it's gotta be divisive. You know what I mean? Like this thing. I don't think most people are gonna like it. That's all right though. People suck. So true. I would fucking fight to have the normal thing here come up. Why not? Why do you have to go to mesh alt N flip? Like, that's so annoying. I thought maybe I should just like start filling it in. Thought maybe that was a good idea. Just so that we can see it better. I don't know why your normals are wrong. Why? Why are your normals wrong, bro? Yeah, that staircase is a bit happy. Don't worry about him, he's a bit happy. Filling this in is kind of torturous, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, now the normals are deciding to be the other way around. Okay, so just fuck you. That's all I have to say. Fuck you. We're getting there. We just have to do the other side now. Maybe I shouldn't have made it one mesh, you know? If I could go back, I would change it. Okay, but we can't go back and we can't change it, so. We'll take it as a lesson for next time. Honestly, if I made it different meshes, I wouldn't know how to connect it, is the thing. That's the problem. Oh, this one's a little bit fucked up, huh? I'm becoming less scared in Blender. That's something that I've noticed. I'm less scared to make a mistake because I know I can fix it if I fuck it up, you know. I think that that's something that, you know, I'm just starting to realize that if I make a mistake, I can fix it. Usually. There are cases though where I mess things up and then I can't fix them and then I am mad. But most of the time I can figure it out. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a break and use the bathroom and get up and stretch my legs and get some juice. But I'll be back. I don't know why the skybox is so so orange. Like, it's so orange. I don't know if it's my if it's just my lookup table or what. Yeah, maybe it is. I feel like it's pretty blue though, no? Like, why is it so orange in here? It might just be how the default material ends up mixing with the sky color. I guess. It is definitely tinted though. Wonder if it's oh, you know what? It might be this light. No. No, it's just the pure. I'm fairly sure that if I get rid of everything else, it'll still be the same thing. Huh. Now that's weird. I wonder if there's something that I left unchecked or something. Huh, that is pretty weird. Hmm. Hmm. Everything seems to have the same normal. Hmm. Well, we are missing a wall here. That is true. I wonder if we remove the dot test thing and then... No. It's all black going up. What's different about those faces? Their normals are the same as the other ones. But their bounce dir is different. I wonder if our rand is actually from 0 to 1. Oh, they are, their normal would be straight up. The normal is straight up. So the TBN gets fucked up. Let me see the old code and how I dealt with that. It might not even be here anymore. We may have to go to backups to find it. Because I dealt with this problem. I did this. This. And so I could port this to GLSL. I normalized it before I did that. So I could port this to GLSL, I guess. To get the tangent and the bit tangent. But I don't know how to do out is the problem. I should look that up. Okay. So we just do out B2. Okay. So instead of doing this, we get we take in the normal and then tangent, bit tangent. And then we do that. Let's see if I did that correctly. Okay, we compile, which is surprising. Okay, I know my shit. I know my fucking shit. Well, that bug is solved. I know my shit. I do, in fact, know my shit. Everything is black, though, now. Because I did turn off everything. I thought that the skylight would still be coming through, though. It still is somewhat, but... Alright, let's comment everything back in. Okay, now this is more so what it's supposed to look like, I think. Why is it so dark in here? Was that really the bug the whole time and why I had to keep this skylight so low? Maybe. Maybe that was the bug the whole time with my light map. And that's why I had to keep that correction value so low. Huh. Now it looks like we aren't getting skylight at all. Hey, what's up, Shotgun Shaman? Seems like we aren't getting skylight at all. What's happening? Not much. Just working on some stuff. Working on there's a bug with the light map that I'm just trying to work on right now. We're not getting a lot of skylight in here. I guess that it just needs more iterations, I guess. Since it is straight up. It is straight up. So. But yeah, the skylight really is not very bright. I think that possibly also we don't have the lookup table to brighten things up as well. Yeah, it is quite dark. You know, it is quite dark. I wonder if this get bounce direction is actually correct still. I may have to It may be that I'm normalizing this and I shouldn't have normalized it. But I think the basis calc is correct. Again, now we got more light in here. But I think that that's just the amount of iterations. Yeah, it always evens out to not a lot of light in here. Get a lot of light on the outside, but none inside. Interesting. Interesting. You had a fucked up dream? Damn. Yeah, I have some bad dreams. It's so weird. Green and red. Green and red. Green and red. Blue. Huh. Oh, maybe that had something to do with it. I was this kid. There was this cursed painting. Wow. Yeah, I don't usually have dreams that, last night it was that I was in college and that, I was in college and there was this guy who wanted to kill me and we had to, like, stop him from killing me. And then I deleted his family save on Mario Kart, and then he was like really pissed at me. But that's trippy. Alright, I'm gonna turn the texels down just so that we can see it with more iterations because my computer is mad at us. It's just this. That's not possible. I'm sorry. That's not possible. It's not possible that there's no lights that escape here. That's not possible. A golden apple sitting on a pond. That does seem weirdly specific. I mean, only thing that I can do right now is get rid of the BVH and see if anything happens. No, it's the strangest thing. It seems like the basis for our bounce directions has to be incorrect. Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy. Walking into paintings? That sounds pretty nuts. Yeah, maybe this Frizzvod's basis thing wasn't as good as I thought. Maybe most of them are just going inside of the wall. Maybe what I'm supposed to do is only do Frizzvod's basis when the normal is greater than some amount to 9. See, now our normals are black again for the inside. But now I bet we have probably color on the yeah, exactly. And now we're gonna get color in here. But the normals are incorrect for the surfaces that are facing up. Because the basis is wrong. Why is it still black? Aren't we doing this? Why is the absolute value of normal at Z not... That's so... What? Why is it not 1 and... What? What? What is the normal then? Unless it has something to do with the bounces. Oh no, it can't because it's just the first one. It's first bouncer. But I checked this normal and the normal is fine. It's too bright to see it, but that sounds really cool. I wish I had dreams that were that detailed. The normal is the same. Unless somehow that current normal changes. Maybe it's that it's got non-uniform scale. Gotta export it again, obviously. A non-uniform scale, maybe? Or no, it does have uniform scale. It was uniform scale. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I was just tripping over nothing then. Okay. Okay, we can go back to being fine now. Okay, yeah, the non-uniform scale thing really fucking threw me for a loop, not gonna lie. That's that was the problem all along, was that we just, well, it was that we had uniform scale. I don't know why I keep calling it non-uniform scale. It was uniform scale. It's just that for some reason that fucks up our normal calculation. Not really sure what that's is, but that's all right. That is all right. That is all right indeed. All right, I said that I would go to the bathroom and take a break a while ago, so I definitely put that off. Oh, it's heaven in here. It is fucking heaven in here. Yeah, I think I can turn down the skybox contribution, possibly. Honestly, I could probably just cheat and turn the exposure down in general. That way everything's still even. Yeah, with it properly baked, I think it would look sick. It's the non-dimensional stairs. Is that what it is? Yeah. I was trying to make things a bit weird. And hey, we can walk up the stairs now. So that's cool. All right, I'm gonna let it bake just for coolness while I take a 5-minute break. That's gonna be way faster than 5 minutes. All right, be back soon. Startlingly vivid? That's crazy. Optimus Prime is crazy. Huh. I wonder why this looks like it's a cutout. It doesn't interact with the rest of the space. It's interesting. I wonder if the normals are wrong on it. Yeah, it ends up evening out pretty well. I wonder what that's about. It looks like the normal's alright. Weird. Very bizarre. It's like it doesn't see this. Huh. Do I have motion blur? Yeah, I do. It's what makes up for the... It's meant to simulate a real film camera. Yeah. We should play around with it, with this. Because I don't know how to feel about that. I do not know how to feel about that. What could it be? It looks cool, yeah. Yeah, surprisingly, it's not that expensive. Not as expensive as any of the other effects that we do. Let's just do the basic test without any of this. There's a fucking gnat in here. God damn it. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I think that games don't typically have good camera work, which is annoying to me, because we've had fucking Silent Hill around for so many years, and no one ever has taken the hint and the inspiration. It like really kind of pisses me off, to be honest. It's like it just doesn't receive the light at all, which is bizarre. If I get rid of this, then what? Then it has the light. Is it really just that the texels aren't enough? Also got rid of this hit occluded. That might be it. Yeah, that was probably it. It sucks that it doesn't get denoised with the rest of it because it's on a separate UV island because this is it because of the doorway. We can probably fix that, but yeah. It sucks that it looks weird. But we can fix that on the model, I think. I hope that we can fix it. Delete faces. Okay, so we have this shit that's like a little sliver here. Oh, also my T is steeping. So I have to get that in a second. Bro, it's so tiny. It really is just so tiny. Does it? Huh, maybe that doesn't exist then. No, this is this. Oh, is that what it is? Uh-huh. Okay. So we're gonna have to do surgery on the front of the building, unfortunately. We're gonna have to do surgery on the front of the building, I think. I don't know how to do it though. How to do surgery. Okay. Let's figure it out, I guess. Okay. First things first. We gotta bring this and this together. We gotta get in here. We gotta get in here and do the surgery. Okay. Okay. Just do this. Very easy, no problems. Do this over here. Okay. And now we can bridge across. And now we have to hide you so that we can see what's going on here. Okay. Now it's a matter of filling in the doorway so that we can bridge across. And then filling this in, we can just straight up do like this. Okay, so we did our little surgery. I think I did it right. We're gonna see it in engine here in a sec. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. And now no seam. Beautiful, beautiful. Honestly, I thought I was gonna fuck that up really bad. So, hey, pretty solid. Pretty solid. Pretty solid, huh? Okay, I'm gonna get my tea. Okay. 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 I got some double steep chai tea with vanilla syrup. That's what I'm rocking today. I think that's pretty good. I'm out of sparkling water, and I go through like 3 of these a day, so I'm gonna crash out. Let me look up how to make a doorway in Blender. Because I did it with a boolean, but yeah, it just says to do a boolean modifier. Okay, we can try the method of doing the snapping with the magnet. I never used the magnet. Maybe that's my own fault. But yeah, we can try to make a boolean with the wall. Sugar-free sparkling water, dude. It's really good. It's really good. It's really good. Okay. Let's try our first doorway. We're gonna fork it. I'm happy with the apartment building as it is right now. It's pretty. I'm pretty happy with it. Okay. I need this cube to get over here. Get over here. Okay. Okay. Alright, this is gonna be tricky. This is gonna be tricky. Tricky. Whoa. Okay. Alright. Now, I know we want to be really fancy and we want to bevel the top. And that's exactly what I'm going to do, because without beveling, it's going to... I want to bevel the top, okay? What? What? Oh, fuck. I'm stupid. I'm dummy. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. It's about the way I'm thinking. I'm thinking about it. Okay. So now it said that I could do, not that, I could do the magnet. Wait, are you kidding me? It's that easy? Wait, what? Is that exactly flush? Really? It's that easy. Okay. Well, bro, that's not exact. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? That's not what I... Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is that... No, it's on the same. It's on the same plane. This shit is not flush with the floor, brother. Vertex. Edge. Wait, hold on. Before you apply the modifier, bro. Edge. Face. What? Bro. Okay, you have to do it in edit mode. Okay. Did I line up the objects? I'm trying. I'm trying to. Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect. What are you lamowing? Did I say something funny? I typically forget exactly what I say after I say it. And now you want to make one. Honestly, bro. I should have made it a little bit more centerized. Feel me? Should have made this a little bit more centerized. Yeah, that's pretty much perfectly in the center. You can't get more centerized than that. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm doing a great job right now. I'm doing a great job right now. I'm doing a great fucking job right now. Failed to set value. What? I like it. All right, we're gonna export it and see what it feels like inside of here, because we gotta get a feeler in the engine. Nah, they need to be bigger. They need to be bigger. They need to be bigger for sure. For sure, for sure. Should put back the walking speed to what it was before. Now we're kind of slow. Yeah. Yeah, we need some big doorways. Good thing I turned up the fucking the undo history on my Blender. Dude, honestly, the undo history on Blender is way too small, but the life hack is that you can change it in settings. So I implore anyone who has a problem with it, like I do have a big problem with it, to do what I did. Okay, just do exactly what I did. And you'll be happy. Do I like thick doorways? I like thin. Alright, let's just do one this time and then see it. Alright, go into edit mode. We've already been here. We've already been here before. Just gotta align that shit to the face. And then just, you know, align it in the wall, bro. And then just apply the boolean, brother. And then let's see that in the engine. Separately from the stepping system? Yeah. The actual collision system is separate from the camera, yeah. Has to be. Okay, we need it a little bit bigger. I hate to do it. But it really is deceptive in here. It really is deceptive. One pill makes you smaller and one pill makes you big. The white rabbit something white rabbit, bro. Maybe we need a big make the doorway in the for the main doorway a little bit. Well, we won't worry about it. We won't fret too much. Yeah, that's about it right there. make the camera a bit faster. See if we can do that without breaking the stair-stepping stuff. Kind of forgot what it was before. I think it was 150. This is what it was before. Do I drink? No. Fuck. Fuck. We probably just have to set our velocity to slower when we're stepping up. It's my favorite flavor of Monster Energy drinks. I don't drink them. How do I make it smaller? Oh yeah, but that's gonna do it all the time is the problem. That's just gonna do it all the time. Not sure. What I could do is take the length before and then scale it down to that length after. But how do you do this? Is it times 1 over vel then? How do you do this again? Yeah, you find it before, after, and then you do it like this. So, could it be the acceleration causing the clipping? No. What's causing the clipping is that it can't keep up with our speed. It's this, but Holy fucking shit. Uh, um, it's supposed to be the other way around. Yeah, it's supposed to be. It only works if we're over it. The fuck is this? Is it like 0.2? Like something really small? It might be. It might be something really small. Yeah. We just have to... We have to play with the value, I think, until it feels right, because I don't know what the actual value is. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. How's my FPS been? 24. I cap at 24 now on purpose. But I can go to 60 if you want it at 60. There, now it's at 60. But I like it at 24. That's the whole point of it. At 60 it looks lame. Reducing the angle of how steep the stairs are would fix it. Fix what? I already fixed it. No, it does create a fucking thing. It does. It cuts it into the topology. That's so lame. I don't think that there's a way to not make it do that. Like, I'm snapping it to the face. Yeah. It makes it no matter what. Even if it's perfectly flush. Well, that fucking sucks. I don't think that it matters in engine, but at least for right now, we can try and see it and see if it fucks with a light map. But obviously we're not going to be able to see it here, but yeah, we can't see it. It's fine. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I should make a cube? Why? I need to make doors, yeah, sure, but I'm not sure. It's so bright. I think what I should do is texture. I think that texturing it will make it look so much cooler than it currently looks. I think like the fact that I haven't textured it yet is very detrimental. I think I might just go to Polyhaven for the brick texture for now and then do it myself later. But I need to figure out how to do that. So I think that's what I'm going to do now. I need brick and block. Sure, you can see it. I think you can see it. Sure. Red bricks might be good. The thing with this is that it's like really hard to... There's so many bricks. They've got so many bricks, really. What is top? Red brick? I never go for the crazy ones. I feel like this one might be good. The crazy ones are always good. This one's too bright. These are actual textures with image files on Polyhaven. What do I think of what? Why don't I try this one? This one's got a lot on it, and so that's why I like it. That's why I like it. Okay, let's get the diffuse. The arm. The normal. I need to do displacements. I really want to do displacements. Infinity Ward 2, really? Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so it's gonna be a pain in the ass to select it, but the good thing is that we just have to select the walls, and it's not going to be that difficult. I mean, it will be kind of a pain in the ass, not gonna lie, but the good thing is that we don't have to do it all at once. We can do the outside first, and then do the rest. We're gonna assign brick. No, you misunderstood. Well, I mean, everything can be brick for now. We'll just carve everything out of the rest of it later. Okay. Okay, for now we're just gonna do this. You hate to see it, you really do, but we actually have to UV unwrap it ourselves this time. The building has to be UV unwrapped ourselves, so that is kind of the shitty part, is that we do have to do our job here with this, so that's gonna take a second. It's alright though, it's not the end of the world. Nothing to be scared about, a little bit of UV unwrapping. Nothing to be scared about. Okay. I don't know why the normal map doesn't come through really, but it's probably because you have to probably put in a normal map possibly. Yeah, like that. Then it starts coming through. Okay. Okay, so how are we gonna do this, huh? How are we gonna do this? Mark seam. We're gonna get the easy stuff done first so that it makes us feel happy. And then we'll do the hard stuff at the end, okay? We'll just do the big seams first, and then later on we'll attack the rest of things. I didn't control click it, and now I look like a fool. Okay. So far, so good. Just a little bit of UV unwrapping. Never hurt anybody. Just a little bit of UV unwrapping, bro. I don't know if this texture tiles, by the way. So we may be in for a rude awakening. There's no guarantee that it does. There really is no guarantee. Okay. Hey Dustmite, what's up? Okay, let's just go all the way. A game about praying? Possibly. It would depend, you know, what would be going on in the game, you know. I don't even know if all of this is gonna be brick, to be clear. I mean, this will. So that's important to get. Oh no, not my computer. Why? Why? No. You were doing so good today. Fuck. Really bad time to start overheating, man. Really bad time. You were doing so good. You were doing so good today. I feel like if I did this in wireframe, it would have been better. Okay, we made it to the top. Oh my fucking god, the lag is insane. God. My fucking computer, man. Like, I try so hard. I really try so hard. And it's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. Alright, we'll do the stairs later. I think we'll do the stairs later. Because the stairs are going to require a lot of seams, you know. Did Windows 10 break? What do you mean? No. My computer just sucks. I don't think that you're supposed to do this. I think that you're supposed to... Where are big faces? Oh, is it because I didn't... I don't have seams. So drawing map tab, it's called the UV editing tab. It's how we decide how the textures are gonna go. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Yeah. So much pain, so much suffering. And for what? Select the fucking thing, man. Like, what are you doing? Onto the other doorway. Honestly, I should have probably just used their unwrapping, to be honest. I don't think that I'm doing this any better than they did it. So... Unwrap could not solve any islands. Okay. So, tell me that we have our big faces here. What? Why is it so tiny? Why are our big faces so fucking tiny? Maybe I should just trust fucking Blender's thing here. Maybe I should just trust Blender's thing here and just fucking scale it all the way up, I guess. It's not gonna be pretty, but maybe it's fine. That's for assigning the UV bakes. Yeah, it's for assigning the texture. Okay. It's incredibly dark. I mean, this light is just like insanely bright, and it's just incredibly dark. Huh. It's just insanely dark. Intermediate texture? No, I think I'm just going to... Oh, you know what it might be? It might be this. It might not even be the albedo. Yeah, it probably isn't, actually. It probably is the... It probably is the roughness and the metallic, I guess. No. Is it the normal? Let's try... Oh, our normal is the original normal anyway. We weren't even using the normal map. Why is it so dark? You know, I did earlier, we did just straight up cut everything by 0.5. So that is something that we did. But it is incredibly dark in here. So. But I guess it's fine, I guess. I guess that's fine. Yeah, see, this is so... You're doing it wrong. I want to see if the normals are being applied correctly. I think that they are, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, I think that they are. It's hard to tell, but I think that they are. Yeah, obviously the UV unwrapping for the inside, we didn't have like control over it because it's really not supposed to be brick, right? Anyway, I think we should just make it with polyhaven textures and then do it ourselves later, because this looks pretty good as is. I should reconnect the well, first of all, let's start this light off really bright, because now we know that we need to pump it up. Let's have less threshold and set it to like 250 off rip. Set it to something like this. And then let's do the roughness now, because we didn't export it with it, because I was making sure about that. Oh my god. What? Lightmap.c. Yeah, cool. Something that will bump up the realism a lot is us making sure that we unwrap everything to be not sideways. Like this is sideways, which obviously hurts a lot. We've seemingly lost the ability to sprint as well. Probably due to the logic that I did with the stair stepping stuff, but I also haven't had this filled in from the beginning. I haven't filled this in from a long time ago, that we just forgot to fill that in, and it's just stayed not filled in at the second floor for the entirety of it. So, or it is filled in, it's just the normal is backwards. That face was upside down. I don't know what else was. No, that's correct. What wasn't was this. This was... I don't know how to unwrap properly. I probably should watch like a video or stuff on it before I even attempt to do, you know, the bigger parts of it. I should probably like watch a video and shit. But for the floor, we want the floor to be wood, and we can find a wood texture real quick. But I'm gonna make my versions of these textures at some point. For now, I just want to use Polyhaven. But once I figure out my like kind of workflow for making textures and stuff, then we'll do it. But I need to work on that. All right, wood. Don't need to go too crazy. I like stained pine. I like this. I do like it. Stained pine seems like what my old apartment building used to have. Hey, what's up, Kyle? How are you doing? I think stained pine is the way to go. Okay, let's get the diffuse. Let's get the normal. We also should do displacements. I think displacements are something that my engine would go really well with. So I think that is something that would go really well with the engine. Alright, so we need to assign all the floors to it. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. This is gonna be tough to do. Oh, I assigned to wood. Okay. So we got one floor. Yeah, this is going to be difficult. This is going to be really difficult to do it. I wonder what a pro Blender person, how they would have done this model, you know, like just like what their process would have been, because I certainly am doing it in a different way, probably, than how they would have done it. Be interesting to see what, you know, with the, like a same final result, what they would have done, so that I could learn from it. Got a lot of programming done? Nice. I'm alright. I'm working on the apartment building still, and that's pretty chill. Seen those YouTube videos of 4-dimensional Minecraft? No, I have not. I have not. I should check it out. Really? Maybe. Alright, it's coming together. Cool. Oh, hold on. This was wrong. This was wrong. And my AO isn't sampling it. That was wrong. Oh yeah, already can see the difference. How long have I been live for? Oh, a long time. 8 hours today. $8 it looks like. So probably gonna end it soon. Yeah. What would it take to code a hack and slash engine for games like Devil May Cry? Probably a lot. But is that something you'd want to do? Because that sounds cool. Probably be difficult though. But I mean, once again, if you're making like an engine for just a specific project, then it's always going to be easier than making an engine for anything. You know what I mean? If you have a clear idea about what it's going to be like beforehand, then things are going to be much easier for you. I wish the pick shortest path actually worked. Like, that would be sick. That's actually not bad, to be honest. That actually isn't even bad to do that. I didn't want to make these wood. I wanted to make these like kind of rubber. I'm stuck in a textured raycaster. I mean, getting a textured raycaster working is more than a lot of people can say for themselves. Trust me. Most people, when it comes to talking about the game engines they've made, have only made a 2D one. So you're already way ahead of the curve, my friend. Way ahead of the curve. Oh, this is gonna get cursed. Why not just go wireframe and select it? Well, because if I did that, then we would select everything in front of us and everything behind it. So it's kind of a little bit fucking stupid that we have to do it this way, but we do have to do it this way. Because why am I making these rubber? Because every apartment building, if you've been in a lot of apartment buildings, especially in New York, have rubber stairs. It's just the way it is. Unless they're one of those fancy ones in fucking Manhattan, and then they have the marble bullshit because they're fucking rich and they like marble fucking bullshit. Fucking marble stair bullshit. Can't fucking believe it. And then AI throughput maxing. What the fuck does that mean? I'm just texturing the walls. Yeah, sprites. Dude, I wish I had stayed with my raycaster. I could have made something really cool. But instead, I decided to make a fucking stupid game engine. Honestly, would have probably been a lot cooler if I just did the raycaster, so it's unfortunate. And then you need this stuff to be like plaster. You need this to be like plaster. You're really gonna make me select all of it, huh? I'm not gonna select all of it right now. Fuck that. I'm gonna find this rubber texture. Rubber tiles. That kind of seems perfect. That does seem perfect. Rubber tiles it is. And then I need another one. I need... Actually, I already have plaster. I already have a plaster one. I get the diffuse. Get the normal. And get the arm. You know what? Next time we'll do displacements. That's what we'll do next time. We'll do displacements next time. You should post some photos of your engine in the Discord undercover. It sounds sick. It sounds sick. But I get it if you don't want to. I was just kind of yapping, I'm sorry. I've been known to yap. That's why I stream. Yeah, I have to come up with my own. I want to do procedural texture generation with noise, but not in Blender. How am I not seeing this? Am I? Oh. Because I didn't go in here. Stupid, stupid, stupid. You are stupid, 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 aren't you? I want to do displacements so bad. I think that they're going to look sick. It's just that they're expensive. But there's got to be a cheap way to do it. There has to be, and I'm going to find the cheap way to do it because that's what my name is dustmite, and that's what I've been doing for the past 2 years, is finding cheap ways to do really cool shit. That is what I do. Okay, well, it's pretty dark. They are pretty dark. Which kind of makes sense. I don't know if I like it, to be honest. I think I fucking hate it, to be honest. Yeah, I kind of hate it. Not gonna lie. Did I complete the Stairmaster code? I did. It's kind of dealt with. The only problem is that we are kind of low when we go up the stairs. It's just the way the velocity interpolation that I ended up doing, how it ended up working out. But I'm taking a break for it now because we now go upstairs. How am I? I'm doing well. I'm doing fine. I'm doing absolutely fine. Yeah, I don't really like the rubber. Thank you for asking. Thank you. I don't really like the rubber. I really don't like the rubber. I think I'm just gonna do the classic plastered wall one. I mean, that's the kind of classic one. Rough plaster brick. I think we used this for something. It's 2048. That's a little bit too much for my liking. But we can try it. Oh, and it doesn't have an arm. No. Why does it not have an arm? Okay, we'll do the plastered wall thing then. We've used this before. I am going to have a pipeline for making textures myself later. It's just I kind of feel like not doing that right now, to be honest, because I just don't want to. Anyway, I need to make all of these the rough plastered thing, I think, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to put them on one thing, even though it's quite painful to do so. It's quite a thing. I definitely am gonna miss some stuff in here. Yeah. I don't even know if I want this to all be the same material, for it to end up the same material, but I think the bricks look really cool. The bricks look really fucking cool in engine, because it looks like, it feels like they're coming off of the wall, which is like the cool part about it. But I'm still not happy with the rest of it though. I don't really like the textures for the rest of it. Okay, so with my logic, that like everything inside of here would not be brick anymore and would turn to this material based on what I just did up there. Even though it seems like a lot is going on this material, I think it's probably correct. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna cut this short here, because this is really taking it out of me to do. I'm starting to lose my mind with it, so we're gonna cut the rubber party short in a second here. Oh, and my computer doesn't like it either. You were doing so well, computer. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. It's literally just this face, and then we're finished. Almost done. reading in custom engines, it really depends on the thing, on like what part you're on and what part you're doing. Like, it depends on the technique. Like, for example, like when it comes to shadow maps, I'd recommend the Learn OpenGL resource. When it comes to other things like physics, I'd recommend reading the Box2D blog posts. You know, like there's different resources for everything. It's really no like one guide. It's all just different shit. But that's what's cool about it. I think that you have to kind of go searching and go and find on your own, way. There's no like kind of, here's how you make a game engine, like, for example, for a chess engine, right? It's like, oh, here's how you make a chess engine, read other people's code and make your own chess engine exactly like theirs. The cool thing about game engines is that there's no answer to anything. And so you can kind of like figure out your own way to do things as you read what other people have done before. That's what's cool about it. Yeah, my computer hates this Blender shit. Yeah, I kind of liked it more when everything was brick, I'm not gonna lie. But I'll work on it. I have my own physics engine. Everything is my own. Except for nuclear, which I use for the UI. I don't recommend you use some physics engine in your engine. That's, like, so much of the personality of your engine comes from your physics engine, like, and your collision. Like, that's where your personality of your engine comes from, like the feel of your engine. That's, if you use something exterior for that, a lot of the personality of your engine is going to go away. Same thing with the lighting. If I know other people like use these tools to UV unwrap and to do this and that in their engine, and it's just like the personality of my engine, that's where it comes from. Are you running TAA with BVH skinning logic? How did I resolve the motion blur vector blurry result when a player would play an animation? You have to color clamp. You have to do the color clamping thing. But I don't know what you mean by BVH skinning logic. I have a BVH, and I also use the skin matrices, which update recursively. But those two systems are kind of separate. Oh, you got ads? I'm sorry. What I said was that I don't use a physics engine in my engine. The only thing that isn't my own is the debug UI, which is nuclear. And I highly recommend everyone else do the same, because a lot of the personality of your engine comes from your physics, comes from your collision, comes from your lighting, comes from your UVs comes from, you know, so using kind of like external libraries, I don't really believe in it in engine development. That goes for chess engines too, you know, any sort of engine. Don't use external libraries, because what's the point of making your own engine, right? Like it's like the personality of it comes from that, you know. Not use SDL for platform stuff. What do you mean by for platform stuff? I use SDL for events. Yeah. For mouse input and that stuff, yeah. But to some extent, what I'm saying probably applies for the input stuff as well, you know. Probably, you know, probably am shooting myself in the foot by using SDL, yeah, instead of my own kind of implementation. Writing native code would be so painful for little gain. Yeah, I mean, that's why everybody uses SDL. Oops, we fell through. That's why everybody uses SDL. Or uses GLFW or whatever. Wonder why we fell through. It happens on very specific stairs. Very specific kind of like overall state. Yeah, and then we fall through. Yeah. Gonna have to work on it more. Is that why Linux has no video games? What do you mean? Linux has video games. Oh, you mean like that there aren't any Linux only video games? Yeah. Pretty much. I feel like having a bunch of lights in here would be pretty sick. Am I gonna sit here and make a bunch of lights? I mean, maybe. Maybe I will. Who's gonna stop me from making a bunch of lights right now? Who's gonna stop me? Windows subsystem for Linux. That's fucking hilarious. I don't know if that was a joke, but that's... Every time there's red and green, my brain goes Christmas, and I hate it. I hate it. I wish that I could just have red and green not be Christmas for me. It's so sucky. Yeah, I mean, that would take forever to converge. Wine, yeah, wine, proton, yeah. We are lagging because I have Blender open on this computer, which is a death sentence. Love it, love it. Very cool. Very cool. Turn everything on. Why does SSR not work? Not have anything here? I feel like it just doesn't have any metallic signal, which sucks. We could force it though. Whoa. Pretty cool, bro. Dad's pretty sick. Dad's pretty sick. What kind of game are we making anyway? Like some sort of psychedelic turn-based combat like Wizardry 8, but about very big violence. That's kind of my dream. Dude, SSR looks so fucking sick in here. Holy shit, bro. It looks so fucking rad. We have to bake it. We have to bake this right now. Jesse, we have to bake. We have to bake. We have to bake. We have to bake. My computer is crying right now. Big violence, big killing. You're gonna have a robot kid that's following you around and taking photos of everything, and you're gonna have this black ghost on your back, and they're going to be talking to you about life and shit, you know what I mean? Dude, I gotta screenshot this. I gotta screenshot this so bad. Holy. Whoa. I rarely ooh and ah this much about the engine, but dude, that just looks so fucking rad. I don't know. There's something about it that's just so good. Just the way it works on the bricks, the way the fucking SSR works on the bricks is just beautiful. It's just beautiful. It really is. So I'm saving this. We do lag pretty bad with the SSR on though. We lag, honestly, it's probably Nah, yeah, the SSR is like 25 milliseconds, dude. Yeah, the SSR is expensive. Expensive, dude. The SSR is expensive. There probably is a way to make it less expensive, but with metallic at 1.0, then yeah, for everything. If it was just the bricks or just the walls or whatever. Where'd my engine went here. Yeah, it's 27 milliseconds. If I disabled bloom is nothing. Bloom is 2 milliseconds, which isn't nothing, but compared to SSR, yeah. What is SSR? Screen space reflections. I could just put a reflection probe down here and then we would get the same result probably, but our probes don't look as good. I'm gonna put this to 3, man. I fucked up all my workspaces to take the photo. Yeah, I mean, we could try changing some. I mean, like the max steps is pretty big. But I don't even think that really changes anything. Yeah, we're down to 15 milliseconds now. Yeah. What does 2.0 do? 2.0. What do you mean? Did I do much with existing engines of the past? Not really. That was like the whole kind of... Also, this is supposed to be... Oh, actually... G extra... I do set it to this, yeah. Did I do much with existing engines? Not really. That was the kind of the whole point of making the engine, because I didn't really like what was out there. I don't really, when it comes to art, I don't really have a popular taste. You know what I mean? Like I have kind of an eclectic sort of like weirdo taste. Like I like, you know, Sato and like Kurosawa, and you know, like in terms of film, I think you could just like see it, right? So I don't really, I think it's really cool, and I support all of like my friends and stuff that do computer graphics, because I think like their stuff is really cool. But like for me personally, like the art that has affected me has never been anything that that could be seen in like most engines, right? That's just, I wonder if holy shit, when we set us to good performance and the laptop fan goes on, then SSR goes down to 2 milliseconds. Holy. But no one wants to listen to the laptop fan. No one wants to listen to the laptop fan. But with the laptop fan, we do get SSR. In real time. Can I turn on TAA? It is on. That's the only way that we get this this looking this nice. Now with TAA off, see? We can't run SSR with TAA on. With TAA off. Because it would look really bad. I don't really have the settings here to show you what it would look like, but SSR without TAA just doesn't really exist. This is what it's like with everything turned off. All of the depth of field stuff turned off. This is just base. There's something stuck on the screen because we disabled TAA. It's not clearing, but this is everything off. See how like clear it is? Clear everything is? It's like not blurry anymore. That's because depth of field is off. This is what depth of field looks like. It makes everything blurry except what we're focused on. And then when we turn on motion blur TAA, then things start to get a little bit more blurry, but also more cool in my opinion. I like how things are blurry. All right, I'm gonna head off. Good work today with the stairs. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think I got pretty close to what I wanted with it. I'll be back. Don't know what I'll be doing next. But yeah, nothing even hits the bloom threshold in here, by the way. The bloom threshold has to be pretty high. Like you probably see it at 500, you start to see it. Yeah, that's it on the steps, the bloom. Thank you, I appreciate it. Good textures? They're not mine. I have to make my own. That's like a big thing that I have to do, is figure out how to make my own, so that I can start making things that are really my own. I want to make like kind of trippy textures for things. Like this is too realistic. Way more realistic than what I want. What I want is like a brick texture that like feels like it's coming off the walls and isn't real, and you know, things like that. So I think doing displacements will be a good way, a good thing. So I'll do that next. All right. Good stuff, guys. A lot of fun. Good fun today. Trying to see if there's any change here. Nah, yeah. There's no metallics here, so no SSR. So you have to pump it yourself. Yeah. Okay, that's it for me. Can you yourself make a screen space reflection system? Well, it's what I have. Except it's not really my own, because I copied someone else's implementation, because you know, figuring it out yourself is quite difficult. All right. Peace out.